keep on pushing on until you get the police involved.
Come on up, Greg. There's my brother. Come on up, Greg. Rick Williams here. Hi. Rick Williams and John T. Williams over there. That's what this shooting happened to my brother. I've had so many people hating and angry. I've had TV, radio policy, was a part of it, and listening to it. There is no way to honor the life that was taken from us. A brother like me was the seventh generation wood carvers from that BC, and to this day I'm still carving. I rock with a lot of hurt, pain. I wasn't going to come up here. I heard John T. in my voice say, go up there to feed you. Okay? I get up here and some young lady like, oh my God, you're Rick Williams.
Finding the solution will be viewed by the public, not as a loss, but actually as a gain. You'll be gaining, you're not losing anything. But the perception, and you're getting a bad rap, is that the protest movement has taken over this zone. That's not correct, okay? And you'll lose the message.
That's great. We should let other people.
We got about 4 minutes.
I just want to say, yeah, thank you for these options. I think we've heard a lot of the issues, and I think it's fair for you guys to give us an opportunity to now evaluate these options, and maybe come up with a plan that works for all. So appreciate it. Continue conversation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looking at option 3, I feel like that's a good option to work off of. And I think for discussion purposes amongst ourselves, when we separate after this meeting, I'd like to know, how would you suggest we handle situations that are occurring between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m.? I want to remind you that we didn't ask the police to leave. We didn't ask the police to not service us. So we just would like a suggestion for that, please.
Closing thoughts, comments? Closing thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I just appreciate you guys, appreciate everyone coming together here. Yeah, and if all of us can meet up here, even in the lobby before we leave or something like that to talk, that'd be super dope.
Closing thoughts? Closing thoughts?
I just appreciate being here in this moment. I hope you take to heart how to open up these spaces from now on, acknowledging being on Indigenous land and the protocol of asking Black, Indigenous, and POC voices to speak first in these spaces, regardless of whomever the other persons are representing.
Thank you for that. So, as we said when we started this conversation yesterday, it's an ongoing conversation that we've been having all week. Our goal is to get you information. You guys take the time you need to meet with your teams, and then we'll figure out the next steps to reconvene and then see where we are. You know, we're trying to ground this in public safety. We're trying to create a space that's safe for everyone so the message can continue to be heard. You know, the building is the thing, but the system, I think, is the goal, is what I heard. So thank you for taking the time today. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's separate conversations. That's conversations here. That's conversations with the businesses, and we're trying to meet everybody in the middle so we can execute on whatever is preferred. So I don't have a preference. No, I haven't looked at them close. I haven't had a chance this morning to sit down and absorb them. So, but I will make a recommendation.
I'm a young black man doing all that I can to stand. Oh, but when I look around,
Yeah.
and I
These are the
see
ones
what's
I
being
had.
done to my kind
Wasn't my intent.
every day,
It just flowed that way.
I'm being hard to this
Oh, no, thank you.
parade.
It's
My
important
people
to
don't
always
want no
raise that
trouble.
awareness.
We've had enough struggle.
So yeah, if you guys
I just wanna
figure it
live.
out.
God protect me.
Short road. We don't want to
I just wanna
You
live.
know this is a long walk.
I just wanna live.
It's going to benefit a lot of people, including a lot of people who look like me, including my kids. So.
Yes, I appreciate your character and authenticity and your willingness to learn and hear and listen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I've done a lot of learning over my 54 years. So I think I'm grounded in a lot of realities.
Yes. I hear that.
We have to run we have a 2 o'clock and action on. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sure, of course.
Follow up on your last question. You know, the edge of that area, we're thinking about those concrete blocks that were out here and we come back.
Is that a restaurant?
We can bring those back and we can place them with sidewalks so that they can be decorated. So we're not just talking about either one. You know, this freeze what we say, or freeze what we do. Yeah, it gives us a little more.
How they polarize it. The two people are really talking about it. I say, no, that's not right. In this 10 years, I've heard people try to teach me to hate the white man, hate cops. And I look around and I'm like, how did you see that? You know, I don't hate anybody. In my heart and soul, I don't think I did enough for my brother, but it's something I have to carry and bear. That I'm out here carving every day, no matter where I'm at. I really, okay, but keep getting up. All I can say to you young people, you keep doing this. The cops come at you, they're going to throw all their pretty toys at you. Stand your ground. Stand your ground. This is our home. You can't. And if you can, when it happens, think to yourself, we're not for sale today. You're not taking us for more. It doesn't matter where you come from on the planet. Get up. If they're being aggressive, you just stand there and say thank you. Why? They're out there being adults. Any young people here? Your hands up. How many young people? Teenagers. What is that so you young? My thought to that is, young people I'm impressed and honored that what is this officer teaching to young people of America? That is your children, your grandchildren. What are they saying? Is that a go? Use the rifle teach? I spend much time I said to go away my brother's job. I don't want to see that. I have to honor my brother. Get up. Keep standing up. Go back our home. You all deserve it for what you've been through here. I want to give you a high day. I'm honored. I think my brother would be. You're a fake Black Lives Matter and up in the background yelling, what?
Okay, we're gonna have some more, we're gonna have another song and then we're gonna introduce another family.
I just wanted to hear this, if you would indulge me with this. Justice for Jackie is justice for all. Justice for Jackie is justice for all. Thank you.
Right now I'm gonna. Okay, I'm sorry. I want to make a real quick announcement. We appreciate everyone standing in this circle with us. For us, the circle itself is medicine. It's family. I do want to remind everyone else outside of like the Native circle within here to please keep in mind to have Native and Black relatives to the front, please. Native and Black brothers to the front within the circle outside of the Native space as well. We want to make sure that we center the voices and the people that have been oppressed and quieted for so many generations. So with that said, also want to thank peacekeepers on the outside as well. We thank you for doing that, taking care of our elders, bringing water by, snacks by. We see you, we thank you. Passing the microphone back on over to our families here. hold on. Okay, hold on. So what we're doing is we already have this family that traveled here, and she's not gonna stand, she's gonna sit. So I'm gonna pass it over and let her introduce herself. I just want to make note that this is not, I know that it's not easy for the families to come up here and speak and to talk. And so a little bit about my work is just standing and sitting next to and supporting as a family member. I am a family member. It's just standing and sitting next to and supporting as a family member. I am a family member of NOIW, and I do NOIP work because I believe that violence touches all our people. This genocide extends to everybody. This system has impacted our whole people, all our genders, all our people. So I'm also gonna let her introduce herself, and thank you for letting her speak.
Hi, this is very difficult for me. My name is Roberta Johnny Harrington. That's my husband, Johnny Harrington, over here. And I just want to say that he was taken away at such a young age and Mother Earth. I'm not going to stand for her or not. And I'm not going to stand for him who is not. And this isn't about myself, it's about a young man who was a saved son, father, brother, uncle, cousin, and brother-in-law, whose life was taken away too early on 7/3/19 in Tulsa, Washington. Fireworks show. I have more written down here. At a fireworks show. I have more written down here, but this is a little bit dangerous because I was with my family yesterday. What was I going to say? It's like fireworks. What was I going to say? It's like fireworks. It was one of his favorite times of the year besides his birthday. And considering young age myself, and considering at a very young age myself, when I raised him somewhat, when we're growing up, and we don't have much, however we have each other. Is gone because last year on 7/3/19, I feel that him by him being shot and murdered by the police or a police officer not once but twice, and they didn't need to go to that level. I mean, what happened to I-940? That's my question today. My brother will never come back if that opportunity left me before not a day goes by that he's not with me or my family or his children or anybody that loves him. And people think it's easier as time goes by or time goes on. However, for myself, it's almost been 2 years and it feels like yesterday. And I just wish there would enhance on the employees and stop the police brutality and unjustified murders to
How do we feel about that? Did you say perfect? I said the best.
Have a wonderful birthday. today. What I want to say is that this is a call out, like really, like there's so many families that have been impacted by police brutality, brown, black, and indigenous, and it is community, right? So as I've been talking to all the different families, the one thing that I know is that if all the families seen each other, heard each other, listened to each other, shared information with each other, banded together, got a coalition started. If their demands were our demands at this time as well, like if we honor their voices and what they need and ask them how we can help them and support their campaigns, like that is another thing that we are here to do. As we listen to these families, they're just not up here for us to listen, but they're up here for us to ask them what it is they need. These families have campaigns going. They have GoFundMes. They left behind children. They left behind babies. They left behind families. And they were stolen from those families. They were taken. So like there's information that we were wanting to pull together from the families to see for the call out of the needs that be met for these families and what the work they're doing. Because they are on the grounds and on the front lines doing the work. They are on the ground and on the front lines, boots to the ground. These families are leading this and they're doing this work every day. And so as we listen to the families, we're not just listening to them, but remember, Justice for Stony Chiefstick, they have campaigns going. Justice for Jackie, they have campaigns going. We have other families that are going to come up here. John T. Williams, like all these families have something that they're doing on the ground as they're living in the trauma and the pain. And so we have the families from our black community too. Like if you're in the house and you're a family, like this space right here, that's what's so sacred about it. As we're going in and out of songs and in and out of hearing from families, that is what we're here for too. It's about honoring these families and listening to these families. Before this sister leaves, I want everybody to say, Stone Child Chiefstick. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Thank you. So can we have, these brothers wanted to sing a song. Can you guys sing us a song while we're waiting? We'll get ready for the next family. Let's sing some songs.
Okay. Before we go to the next family, I really want to take a moment right now. We want to take a moment to ask our sister Nikita Oliver, who's very busy, who's on many front lines, doing a lot of work in the community. I know she's real humble. She's like, please don't do that. Please don't do that. But we love her and we appreciate her for always working with us and always standing with us. So I'd now like to invite our sister Nikita Oliver up here to say a few words.
Peace, relatives.
Nikita Oliver is this local activist, artist, educator.
I wasn't intending to say anything at this. I first of all want to thank our relatives for coming out and sharing song and medicine with us, and our continued efforts to see our struggle for liberation be united for Native sovereignty and Black liberation. I view our fight for liberation and sovereignty to be inextricably interconnected. There is one oppressor. There is a colonizing force that has come for both of our peoples, that the land and the genocide suffered by our Native relatives and the stealing of Black peoples from our motherland and brought here, and our work exploited and our labor exploited and our people mistreated for hundreds of years. And a system that has legally continued to try to contrive itself as just, whether it's by creating treaties and breaking them, or the 13th Amendment, which says it is illegal to hold someone as a slave unless they've been convicted of a crime. And I know that liberation is not something that can be achieved alone, and we have a lot to learn about and from each other. So part of the reason I didn't want to speak today is I want to have humility. I don't know everything about our Native relatives, and I don't know all of the protocols, and it's also important that I acknowledge that living here on Duwamish land, the Salish territories, is also in some ways me participating in colonization, and so I have to also take the mantle for justice and the fight for sovereignty alongside our Native relatives. And it's also my desire to see our Native relatives partner with the Black and African diaspora, knowing that anti-Blackness is very real here in the United States on Turtle Island, that it is very real across the globe, and that our two communities, if we're going to see ourselves liberated and sovereign and free, have to find ways to partner, to unify, to have aligned goals, even if we don't always fight the same way. I don't believe we always have to fight the same way, as long as we have the same vision, as long as we have accountability, transparency, and willingness to be in communication and dialogue. I want to be honest, I woke up this morning with a really heavy heart. I feel like a lot of our energy in Seattle right now is focused on keeping this space. And I'm afraid that at some point it'll mean we forget the end goal and vision. For me, it's not about this space. It is about dismantling a system of white supremacy. It is about disbanding the police. I see a lot of people coming out here as if it's kind of like a tourist expedition, you know, to take pictures and say they went to the CHAZ. And that's not about Black lives or Native sovereignty. So I want to thank our Native relatives for bringing medicine, for bringing song, for talking story, for sharing struggle, to help us stay focused on what's really important. It is about dismantling this system of oppression. It is about combating white supremacy. And white folks, that's your job. I did not create whiteness. It's about disrupting and dismantling racialized capitalism, which is sought to exploit and steal the land. It's why our Native relatives are having to fight for clean water, to protect us, to have clean water across the globe. Our indigenous communities are fighting. It is about acknowledging that Black folks have been exploited for hundreds of years. And so I really just want us to be grounded in the vision. The first step I feel like right now is to defund the police, to invest in community-based public safety and public health, and to free all protesters. And I'm not just talking about protesters since May 30th. Y'all, there are political prisoners from both the Native and Black communities that are still being held in chains because they stood up against this oppressive system. So let's keep our eye on the prize. It's great to come out here, build relationships, to take care of each other, because mutual aid, our compassion, and our care for each other are going to be determinants of how we thrive after we make it through this. But also just remembering there's work to do. So when you come out here, be about the work, be about becoming politically educated, be about being radicalized, be about building your commitment to the movement, not just hanging out in the CHOP or the CHAZ or whatever we call it. Please don't listen to these family stories and go back home and think a post on Instagram is enough. Please. It takes a lot every time they share about the way their loved one was stolen. It takes a lot to give this good medicine to community. And so the least that we can do is find ways to actually be involved in the movement, to stand up beyond the social media post. So in a few weeks, there's going to be opportunities to go before the Seattle City Council. The mayor is not the only person who can decide to defund the police. The city council can too. There are 9 seats, 9 people there, who as we move into this budget process for 6 weeks for the 2020 budget, can decide to defund the police by 50%. And as soon as that budget cycle ends, they'll move into the next cycle where they will decide whether or not they'll defund the police. We need to show up at council. We need to show up for public comment. We need to be rallying our comrades, our allies, our accomplices to be showing up. And then we need to be taking care of each other. That's significant, it matters, because when we get rid of the police, there's still going to be harms to address. We're human. We hurt each other, we make choices. And so it'll be our responsibility to establish a system that responds when couples need assistance, or when young people are in fights, or when a teacher makes the wrong decision. How are we going to band together to build a restorative and transformative system that we want to see happen? How are we going to make sure the Bike Brigade can continue their work to keep us safe in the streets? How are we going to support programs like Community Passageways, Creative Justice, Choose 180, Be Safe Bros, Corner Greeters, Rainier Beach Action Coalition, Africa Town? These are all organizations created for us, by us. And they're going to build the future infrastructure to make sure that when we finally disband the white supremacist police and we start to dismantle the criminal punishment system, that we actually have ways of having accountability. If there's anything I've learned from my Native relatives, is that not having police does not mean that we lack accountability. It means that we as a community are responsible for each other. And so we have to figure out, we have to be actively figuring out what that looks like. And I'll finish here. Aaron Dixon, who was the leader of the Black Panther Party here in Seattle, told me that as important as dismantling it is, building is way more important. We should be spending 25% of our time dismantling the system and 75% building the world we want to see. So after you have the opportunity to get this good medicine and to hear these stories, please commit yourself to spending time dismantling, but commit yourself to even more time figuring out, learning, getting the skills and the knowledge for us to be able to build the world beyond the police and the world beyond prisons. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita, for those words, and thank you everyone that has been sharing so much truth, so much passion. And it is true, it's like, it's not just coming out here, it's not a day out, it's not, and I'm gonna do a plug-in for the next event following after we gather here, which is not a picnic. And we see a lot of that going on here. So at this time, we would like to introduce to you another powerful warrior sister out here that if not all of you, most of you, you know Rachel Heaton.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I know we stand out here, we all stand out here with heavy hearts. If you're out here for the right reasons, if you're out here because Black lives are important, because all of us that are oppressed by the system are important, that's why you're out here. I'm honored. I see a lot of my frontline warriors. I see my family out here. Again, my name's Rachel Heaton. I'm a Muckleshoot tribal member. I'm also a descendant of the Duwamish people here, and the lands that you're standing on are the lands of my people. We can't stand up here and not talk about, we can't talk about racial justice and not talk about environmental justice. And before I start on why I bring this up, I first want to raise my hands to every single family out here that is affected by police brutality. Every single one of you. I raise my hands to you for being out here, for continuing to share your messages, your stories, for coming out here and putting your heart and your feelings and everything that comes with that. But we can't sit out here and not talk about Native people, and the reason why is because it's not out here about oppression Olympics. It's about realizing that our struggles are parallel to our Black relative struggles. Those police that stand on those front lines out here, that brutalize our Black and brown people, those same militarized police are waiting on the front lines of the fossil fuel industry. They're at these man camps. They're out here constantly brutalizing our communities. These reservations that most of you will never ever venture to or go to. You will never experience the brutality that goes on in our communities every single day. And the reason this is important is because we talk about equality. We talk about seeing a better tomorrow. We talk about a better future for our children. But if we do not protect our Mother Earth, we will not have a place to practice that equality. So realize when you're standing against police brutality, you're also protecting our Mother Earth, because they make sure that these pipelines go in the ground. They make sure that they protect these fossil fuel industries and these continual corporations that brutalize and pollute and kill our water sources. And eventually, it will reach every single one of you if it hasn't reached you yet. I don't want to stand up here and take a lot of time, but I think I have to go on the back of what my sister said, what my sister Nikita said. She said, when you leave here, do your homework. Take the time. Learn about these stories. Learn about this system that oppresses every single one of you. It's just that we live it every single day. So this isn't just dismantling the system for Black people. This is a system that is being dismantled for all people. And we participate in it every single day. When we buy things, when we go and we put gas in our cars, we participate in this system. Learn about this system so that you can learn about where you can contribute, because we all have the ability to stand up here and to make change. And before I go, organizations that have been mentioned out here, go online, look them up. They're all providing resources. I'm one of the co-founders of Mazda Talks. My other co-founder, Matt Rimley, he's out here. And we are on these front lines, and what we're asking is, look at the tools, look at the information that you have access to. On Wednesday at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Mazda Talks is actually using our platform to be able to provide voices for our Black relatives, so that we can have these conversations, so that we can talk about solidarity, so we can talk about what it looks like when we are elevating a voice, but making sure that Native voices are not erased as they always are in the process. So for all of you, thank you for allowing me to stand up here today and to share these words with you. But realize, if we do not protect our mother, when our cities are cutting budgets, they're cutting these things that are going to make sure that we're carbon free, that protect our waters. The EPA is constantly lowering standards. And when you can't eat the fish and you can't drink the water, don't get involved then. You need to get involved now. So again, thank you. Do your homework and recognize we are all on stolen land. We need to support, we need to uplift our communities. And part of this is uplifting our Native communities and understanding these parallel struggles. Because when we support one another, we're all going to dismantle the system together.
Ain't she fired? Ain't she fired? And I'll tell you, she hasn't left her home because of the COVID. Like I said earlier, many of our people have been impacted in a way by this COVID, by this virus. So I just want to thank Rachel for coming out and for sharing those words. And that's why I want to give her the mic, because I know the message that she carries and I know the work that she does. But the next thing we're going to do is we're going to call up the Lacey family.
Hi everybody, thank you for having us here today. It's so encouraging to see so many people here and support this movement. My husband was Cecil Lacey Jr. He was a Toledo tribal member, here with our daughter here today, Cece. He was killed in 2015. He was out for his nightly exercise walk. He was suffocated by a Snohomish County sheriff and 2 tribal police, and we still have an open court case, you know, so it's been a long battle for 5 years. We go back to court again soon. But I wanted to say about my husband that he was an activist for free speech within the Native community and within our area. He was a commercial fisherman. A lot of the things that he wrote about were the injustices that he was experiencing, other Natives were experiencing in our community. And the more he wrote, the more attention he got from law enforcement. And he was harassed and threatened for weeks and months before his death. 4 days before he was killed, he submitted an article to the Seattle Times detailing some of these abuses. And I asked him, please don't go out and walk down the road. You know, that's what he did for exercise. That helped his soul. That was what he did for his spirit and for his body. And so, yeah, he said, no, this is my native land. This is where I live. This is where I am. This is where I'm going to walk. And that was his last walk. And he died in much the same way as George Floyd, saying that I can't breathe, and they did not stop. They had no right to stop him. They had no right to detain him. And they denied him his right to even have me come get him. I was just up the road. So anyway, like I said, we have an open court case on behalf of all Natives, and it's something that my husband felt really passionately about was free speech. And so I feel that in many ways he gave his life for it. And so it's an honor here today to get to come and speak in front of you. The solidarity that we feel here is overwhelming. And if you want to know what to do about these families, that's it. Make sure this doesn't happen again. Take this into your communities, into your families. Teach, love. This is unacceptable. We have to make it stop. Thank you all for letting me speak to me.
Before I speak, I just want to say that was beautiful, Mom, and I'm so proud of you. I'm Cecile Lacey. I'm the daughter of Cecil Lacey Jr. And I wanted to share a song that I sing to him in heaven, and I also want to sing this song to all victims of police brutality. Tell me, what does it look like in heaven? Is it peaceful? Is it free like they say? Does the sun shine bright forever? Have your fears and your pain gone away? But here on earth it feels like everything good is missing since you left. And here on earth everything's different. There's an emptiness. Oh, I hope you're dancing in the sky, and I hope you're singing in the angels' choir, and I hope the angels know what they have. I bet it's so nice up in heaven since you arrived. Tell me, what do you do up in heaven? Are your days filled with love and light? Is there music? Is there art and invention? Tell me, are you happy? Are you more alive? 'Cause here on earth it feels like everything good is missing since you left. And here on earth everything's different. There's an emptiness. Oh, I hope you're dancing in the sky, and I hope you're singing in the angels' choir, and I hope the angels know what they have. I bet it's so nice up in heaven since you arrived. I hope you're dancing in the sky, and I hope you're singing in the angels' choir, and I hope the angels know what they have. I bet it's so nice up in heaven since you arrived, since you arrived. Thank you so much. I just want to thank everybody for hearing me, hearing us speak. I do that every day of my life, and I hope I'm tired. I just want to say Black, brown, and indigenous lives matter. Don't ever forget that.
Jackie Seattle. Oh my gosh. I know her mom is just so proud of her, because I know I am, and I know everybody here is. Her first time speaking public was here a few nights ago. And I'm telling you, her mom messaged me and said, my daughter's coming down there, and you know, can you look, you know, she's gonna be there, can you look out for her? And I'm like, yeah, I'll tell her, give her my number, and I'll look out for her. Man, she's a force to be reckoned with. Her voice is so powerful. And she's been coming out here and staying here, and so, you know, we introduced her to the circle the other day and told all our people to look out for her, because she's one of our young people, but she's definitely one of our most powerful people. We love you. Thank you.
We would like to ask any of our co-sailors relatives if you would like to share more songs with us out here.
Zimgiget, Sigidam Hanana, Mikagiget, Kamawatik, Garadani, Nagadadota, Arakabakos, Luam Gordo Naniti, Louis Fawcett III, Willow to Armadate, they were walking, Plummy, they were walking, Fish Food Water, they could tag you, get land, they will not close you. Olat, Dina Noyo, Louis Fawcett Jr., Dina Guado, and Hada, they could tag you. Zixus, Gordon, Will, Shula Oxus, Alia, Alaxi, Lucy. My name is Louis Fawcett III. I am Simshan Lummi of the Killer Whale Clan. I'm from Metlakatla, Alaska, and Lummi, Washington. And I'd just like to come up and offer a song to show my support. I live down in Portland now, but I also used to live here in Seattle, and my indigenous community called for us to show. I showed. And I'd just like to offer this song up. Racism. This song is a warrior song that I composed myself. The lyrics of this song translate to warriors of the street, stand up, you are not forgotten, you are all my relations, I sing in your honor.
Hey,
Stand up, you are not forgotten. I first composed that song because I live out here in these streets. I see what's going on out here. I see how we're treating. And I just want you all to know I see you. Stand up, be strong. Proud of who you are.
I just want to, are the Haida relatives here still? Because we had them a big turnout for the Haida people, and I wanted to make sure that we were remembering those that have traveled. This brother, because it wasn't just our people that showed up for this day. Traveled from Oregon. The brother that was just up here, Lou. And so remember, we're trying to do the best we can and respect everybody and give everybody this opportunity, because it wasn't just our people that showed up for this day. If the Haida people are here, Paul Chilton has the song that he was gonna sing, and then if the Haida people are here by then, if not, we have other families, and we also have other so someone come up and let us know if you're here and you came here and you have a family, or you have because we don't know exactly who's here, but right now we're gonna have construction while we're waiting for the Haida family.
OCM na stilicha CM. Genuate kuchquila kunstatia squachel CM na stilicha. Chioktin sinasnat. Chilatsan at Hussein CM. Kum the Sali. Kum the Sali, the Black Lives Matter. Kum the Sali, Indigenous Lives Matter. OCM. Kum the Sali, end colonialism. OCM. Atia Hachatunach. Atia Hachatunach OCM. Haska. We just want to sing this song and put a message out to the Creator, to Dokuibas. Think about that work that we're doing to make our bodies strong, to make our minds strong, our first mind, our indigenous mind, right here in the center of our being. And to make this world strong, to make this place in a way that the Creator intended it to be. Because we under a man who is going to kill Dokuibas. Dokuibas used red earth, put it on him, and changed him into a compassionate being. So we're going to change colonialism, my family. We're going to change that. Mind, right here in the center of our being. And to make this world strong, to make this place in a way that the Creator intended it to be. Genocidal, racially driven force. We were not intended for that at all as human beings. We need to change that. And Dokuibas, the translation of Dokuibas is the changer. That's our Creator. Created all things through change. Created all things through change. Dokubath, the changer, witness. We listen to their word, and we move forward with that, because the women are the ones that guide us, society, into life, my family, and that's where we must return. We must return to that. Our Coast Salish people have an enormous equity, with everything.
To beloved community.
Everything.
What does it mean? How do you do it? What's it feel like?
Gender designations, period. No.
There was a key piece of this that I discovered not quite 20 years ago. Oddly enough, in a trip to India, when I met the Dalai Lama up in Dharamshala. And he said, pay attention to this, Mark. He said, everyone wants and needs to be heard, seen, and loved in that order. Now I'm obligated to finish this the way he does it. And when that is thwarted, mischief occurs. It's Dalai Lama. So I took an assignment to work on that. And I used some of his key insights. What he said is when somebody's shouting or they're deafeningly quiet, they're not feeling heard. Pretty simple, right? He said when somebody is bullying or intimidating or shy,
guiding
they're feeling
the entire societies into life, that is their role. And that is the only one place I've been told that's above the men. The only one place. And that is appropriate. That is what we need once again on these lands. We need women guiding us into life. Elder women. And women with wisdom from Mother Earth. Women with wisdom from Mother Earth. Saying, no, you will not harm that person. No, you will not harm that water. No, you will not have disrespect, period. You will have respect for all life here on these lands. That's how our women are strong. They're absolute ways that they speak and say no, and that's how we held paradise. We created paradise with that kind of strength from our indigenous elder women, wisdom keepers. We got to return to that. OCM. Maiska.
to leave East Precinct. She could have, but she didn't give orders to clear the streets, a Capitol Hill autonomous zone. But the thing she gets is folk who don't look like us, hollering and screaming for her resignation. But we're here to tell you, oh no, this is our chief. We work too hard and too diligently, and God placed her where she is. This is our movement. I said, this is an African-American movement. It always has been. And we want people to know that we're not going to tolerate. We're tired of white folk trying to tell us who ought to be our leaders. We have enough sense to know who we need to help us in this situation. So if you want to help us, and we appreciate our white brothers and sisters who do, hallelujah, we got to do it together. But we are the main focus when it came to slavery, when it came to Jim Crow, when it came to Civil War, and right now, we are the main focus of abuse. We are the main focus of police brutality. We are the main focus of brutality and persecution. And so if you want to know what we need, ask us. And we need Chief Best. This is about George Floyd, and getting justice for him. This is about the dismantling of a 400-year racist, white supremacist system of killing unarmed black citizens. We have to remember that the police have been violent because America is violent. They are the products of a system that was set up to slave catch black folk. They are violent to black people because America is violent to black people. They oppress because America oppresses. The police did not give birth to American violence and inhumanity. America's violence and inhumanity gave birth to the police. Now I want to say that our movement, say with me, our movement, violent overthrow and takeover has never been a principle of the civil rights movement. And make no mistake about it, that Dr. King taught us that we meet physical force with soul force. We understand riots, but we don't support riots. But we do condemn riots, but we condemn the conditions that cause riots. So we stop by to tell you that we do condemn police brutality. We do condemn the fact that we can't get the jobs that we ought to be able to get. We do condemn our black leaders being thrown up under the bus. We do believe and know that agape love has always been our legacy for victory. We don't need to take over a police station. We don't need to burn down a police station. We don't need to take over any buildings or any blocks. We've always been able to meet physical force with soul force. And I just want to say, as I come to a close, that I'm asking and calling for all religious leaders. It is time. This started in the church. This started with God, because it's an affront to God. And as we are made in the image of God, God made us in his image. And to say that one image is superior to another image, it is profanity before God. Because God made us from one blood. We are equal. We deserve equal justice. So I'm calling for all of our religious leaders. We need to organize. We need a religious march. We need to do like Joshua, and we need to march around the city. We need to march around racism. We need to march around injustice. And then we need to shout, not before the walls fall. We need to shout not when the walls fall down, but we're going to shout before the walls come tumbling down. We're going to shout before George Floyd gets justice. We're going to shout before Breonna Taylor gets justice. We're going to shout before police reform happens. We're going to shout the walls of hate down. We're going to shout down the walls of white supremacy. We're going to shout down the walls of systemic racism and polarization. We're going to shout till the walls come tumbling down. I tell you, it can happen. It happened in South Africa, apartheid. This ain't nothing but American apartheid. I tell a leader. We need a chief, and her name is Chief Bess.
So I was blind, and I was asleep, and it wasn't George Floyd who woke me up, actually. It was a phone call to Bishop Tyson. When he answered the phone, I said, "How you holding up?" He said, "I can't breathe." Yeah. And then I texted Chief Bess to see how she was holding up. This was before anything happened. And she said, "These are really difficult days." And that's what woke me up. It wasn't several years ago when I was walking and working, in Ghana on the coast of Africa. And I visited Cape Coast Castle. It's a haunting memorial, if you've never heard of it, to those whose lives were stolen. I walked from the dungeon to the door of no return that led to the ships where roughly 15 million people were forced into slavery. A permanent moral stain left on humanity. These souls are here with us today. Those souls animate our work. Today there's a plaque carved in the stone at that wretched place, and it reads, "In everlasting memory of the anguish of our ancestors. May those who died rest in peace. May those who return find their roots. May humanity never again perpetrate such injustice against humanity. We, the living, vow to uphold this." That is not a suggestion. That is a command. And so today, as a community and a country, we must address this memory, this unbroken history, not just of personal racism, but also the structural racism that has been the lived experience of the black community for 400 years. We, your fellow community members, have been willfully blind. I have been willfully blind. But the recent murders of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor have removed the cataracts from our eyes. And I am sorry, personally, for not recognizing your pain is our collective pain.
All right.
We didn't understand the sweeping and foundational malignancy infecting our society. And we still don't. We didn't understand the depth of the pain. While we may have heard, we did not listen. How can you have a dream when you cannot breathe? How can you cash a check when you cannot breathe? How can you live when you cannot breathe? Roughly 2,000 years ago, the rabbis taught, whoever is able to protest against the transgressions of their community and does not protest is liable for the transgressions of their community. Whoever is able to protest against the sins of the world and does not protest is liable for the sins of the world. Today, that is how I feel. Together, we need to look not for the things we disagree with as a way of continuing the banality and our blindness, but we need to seek common cause and expand on the things we do agree with. To recognize the generations of pain, of loss, of suffering, and accept we must not be bystanders. The tradition says the Holy One cannot enter the heavenly temple unless we bring the divine into the earthly temple, the temple of our hearts and our souls. We have to take down the boards, not just on our buildings, but around our hearts. Part of growth, be it spiritual or intellectual, is a willingness to hear uncomfortable truths and engage in uneasy conversations, to examine our assumptions and be willing to learn with an open heart and a curious mind. This is the core to rabbinic and Jewish teaching. It is only through this discomfort and this curiosity that we can begin to build a better world for all of our children and for all of us. And I want to thank my black brothers and sisters for inviting your Jewish colleagues here to stand with you today in support of Chief Best and a more just community. Amen.
Good afternoon. That's English. Good afternoon. Bishop Reggie Witherspoon, Mount Calvary Christian Center, Church of God in Christ, jurisdictional prelate of the Washington Northwest Ecclesiastical Jurisdiction, and to all of my fellow ministers of the gospel, I've come this afternoon to share with you because I come as a proud black man, standing here with my chest out wide, my shoulders up, saying that I am proud to be who I am. Proud of the fact that I'm standing on the shoulder of ancestors who built this joint. We built this joint, and we never got our 40 acres and a mule. We never got our reparations. We never even got a thank you. We built this joint for people who have the unmitigated audacity to treat us as something less than human. And when we were made after the very image and likeness of God, I agree with Pastor Ransford, it is an affront to God. Shame on you. Who in their rightful mind? Who's the real animal here? Who's the real barbarian? The person who looks at another person that God made in his image and have the nerve to tell God you made a mistake? The reason I don't like that person is because I don't like them. God, you blew it right there. Shame on you. What kind of barbaric behavior and attitude is that? I've come to not have a lot of words because we've talked so much and so long. If words could do it, our world would be transformed right now. It's time for action. It's time to get things done. I have come because I support Chief Carmen Best. I've come because I believe she is the woman for this time. And we've got to let everyone know that she's the woman for this time. This is a clarion call, and this is a pivotal moment. And this is unlike any other moment we've experienced. This is the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Our brother George Floyd didn't know it, but he's a martyr. And all over the world, they're crying out that Black Lives Matter. I've known it all of my life because I read the Bible that said I've been fearfully and wonderfully made. I read the Bible that created me, and God said you've been made in my image and likeness, and it's very good. And so I know who I am, and I'm going to ask our white brothers and sisters to wake up and come out of your high horse and believe and understand that we're people of God. We're as human as anyone. I have spent my time, and I'm rushing because I'm going to adhere to that noise I'm going to hear in a couple moments. I spent my time lately calling out our white evangelicals and challenging them to open their mouths and stop being afraid. The Bible calls them dumb dogs that are scared to bark. It's time to bark. It's time to open your mouth. Many of our black people are in your churches because you taught them not to support our churches. You taught them that you do it better than we do. And so since they're in your church, open your mouth, stand to the plate, come up for them, and let them know that you are with them. I wish I had a witness on that. The final thing I want to say is we heard the call from so many saying that Chief Best has to go. Chief Best has done a great job. She is a human being. She is not a robot. This is an unprecedented time. We've never experienced it before. There is no template for this. And I don't think anyone should be subjugated to the behavior of what others think they should be like. And so to all of those who think she didn't get it right, I refer you to a passage of scripture when they brought a woman to Jesus who had gotten in some trouble, and by the Jewish law she should be stoned to death. And Jesus looked at all of them, and he began to stoop to the ground, and he rolled on the ground. And I surmise he was writing their names and their sins. And so he said, Sam, racist. Samantha, bigot. He kept writing their names, and then he got up and said, he who's without sin cast the first stone. We are giving Chief Best a whole lot of grace like all of us should have. And we want to let everyone know who's calling for her resignation. I'm going to break my English right now. It ain't going to happen. We have your back, Chief Best. We want you to know we honor all of these men, all of these clergy, men and women are here because we believe in you. And we want you to know that we are with you 100%. Our only challenge to you is that you call out the bad cops. We cannot allow racist, bigot cops to remain as they are. We're talking about police reform. I don't know how you reform racism. I don't know how you reform bigotry. But we've got to at least fix the system and do a better job of finding those who see people as God sees them. God bless you, Chief Best. Please know that your prayers are with us. Our prayers are with you.
Every one of us has a place within it. Every one of us has a purpose within it. From the youngest to the oldest, our youngest ones, our little ones, they are our future. Our elders, they teach us, they pass that knowledge on to us.
There's also someone arguing right now at the medicine tent.
I'm Victoria Beach, and I chair the African American.
Every one of us is sacred. Every one of us.
The reason why I'm here is I support our chief. I love her. I'm going to back her to the end. And I got a phone call from the bishop yesterday asking me to come. I'm not sure, some of you may have seen the video where a group of us went up to the precinct to talk to the crowd, and we were booed. And we were booed by mainly white people trying to keep us silent. They cannot and will not keep us silent. What we wanted to share with them is that every protest that has been organized by the black community has been peaceful. No violence. What they are doing, what we wanted to say to them, don't do this on our behalf. You're not doing this for us. You're doing it because you have another agenda and we're not part of it.
All right.
Also, Donna really, she took one from the team. She was the one that was really booed, and I just tried to get them not to take the mic from her, but she had called me a few nights before and let me know the history about the East Precinct, as Mother Walden has already said, that the black community put that there. It's ours, it's not theirs to take, and we're going to take it back. The other thing is, we're not going to let our chief take the fall for removing the barriers. Right. Everything that happens up there, the bloodshed or whatever, is on the mayor's hands, not our chief. I'm sorry, I feel so emotional, I'm all over the map. But I feel like the community, the black community needs to come together better than we are. I also said that I chair the advisory. It's a opportunity for the black community to come and have a dialogue with SPD. We don't get very many. We get lots of whites. It depends on what's happening. But if you want to help make a change, come and have the dialogue. I'm not saying that there aren't problems in the police department. I know there are. I've experienced it in my family, my daughter. But we have to come together and help make a change. The other thing, I'm so proud of our black community for being peaceful and not losing the focus. The chaos, the circus up there in front of the precinct is a circus, and it has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter or the murder of George Floyd.
I am Pastor Mays. I am the religious chair for the NAACP King County. Our president is here with us, Carolyn Payne, and I'm also the pastor of Ebenezer AME Zion Church on 23rd. I'm a transplant, Chief Best, from New York, Bronx. Spent most of my life before going to college growing up in the hood. And in the hood, you can't run around holding signs, shouting Black Lives Matter, and want to eliminate yourself of a wonderful black chief. As if our lives only matter when we're dead.
All right.
So I wanted to encourage you Chief Best on this afternoon. I want to encourage you not to be discouraged. Not only are they hunting black African American men, but they're hunting black folks all across the country. And to set the record straight, they're not hunting us like dogs, because here in America it's illegal to hunt dogs. There's a penalty for hunting dogs. They're not hunting us like dogs, because if that be the case, they would have been able to serve a price or a penalty for hunting. But they're hunting us like deers. They're hunting us like deers because they recognize. I was talking to my cousin the other day, and he wanted me to go hunting with him. And I said, "Cuz, let's go hunting. I'm ready. Let's do it. I got my gun. You know, you're from the hood. You carry your gun. You stay strapped. I got my gun." He said, "Cuz, you can't go hunting with me." He said, "You need a permit." So they're not just hunting us. They're hunting us with a permit, because somebody from the White House has given them a permit to hunt us like deers. And I understand why they're hunting us like deers, because deers are at the top of the food chain, Chief Best. Be encouraged. We are so valuable. And they understand that if they can kill us before we can get what's in us out of us, that it may destroy our whole community. So they're hunting us like deers because they know how valuable we are. And don't be discouraged, Chief, because they know your value. They know your worth. They know your potential, and they're just trying to destroy you before you reach your full potential. My cousin told me something else. He said, not only do they know our value, not only do they know our worth, he said, but we understand this here. They cannot hunt us unless it's our season. All right. Unless it's our season, they understand, Chief, they're trying to kill us. And don't be discouraged, because they just recognize, and I say this to all my African American friends out there, it's our season. They wouldn't be hunting us unless they understood that we're walking into a new season. And it's not just happening here in America, it's happening in London, it's happening in Africa, it's happening all across the country. We are walking into a season that we have never experienced in our lives. So they're trying to kill us because they recognize, Chief, it's your season. I wanted to encourage you and tell you that don't be discouraged. We're not dogs. We're at the top of the food chain. They're hunting us like deers. And I learned something else, because my beeper is about to go off. I learned something else, Chief. There's a Psalms, one of the Psalms, David says, "As the deer panteth for the waters, oh, does my soul longeth after you." And I understand that deers have to breathe and they sweat through their mouth, because they have so much fur on them, Chief, that they can't sweat through their pores. So what's in them, they have to release through their mouth. And we've been through so much hell in our lives over all these years, and there's so much on our back. We can't release any other way but through our mouths. So I stopped by to tell the world, I stopped by to tell Chief Best, we're here to support you, and we're not supporting you with our hands. The Bible says life and death is in the power of the tongue. So we come supporting you by opening our mouths. And I encourage all of you, don't wait until somebody else dies to open your mouth. You ought to open your mouth 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. Matter of fact, in November, you ought to make your way to those polls and let your vote speak for you. Don't be discouraged, Chief. You're at the top of the food chain.
Hello, my name is Andre Taylor. I'm the founder and executive director of Not This Time. What an honor to be in a time to see now the rise of the Black church. This is an incredible time for you that have not seen it or have our history book to have witnessed it through reading. You about to have an incredible experience because of the rise of the Black church. This is really the season of the rise of the Black church. And I'm honored to be here amongst all of them. Chief Best is a friend of mine. And yes, there's a strap in there. Let me just say again that Chief Best is a friend of mine. And a friend is somebody that you can communicate with and you don't have to agree with 100% of the time, but it's your friend. And my friend and my relatives, I fight real hard for. As you know, that I fought real hard for my brother, Shay Taylor. I don't really, let folks just get away with messing with my friend or families. You touch one of mine, everybody has to pay. And I'm not talking about violence. I'm talking about what you've seen with your own eyes in these last 4 years of raising up a people in a state for rightness. 60% of the vote in Washington State and 71% of the vote in King County. I said that Chief Best is a friend of mine. Just take that and understand what I'm saying to you. Let me give you a situation that will make you understand what she has to deal with and the original sin that the country is still struggling with. The things, the monsters that the original sin have created, one of those monsters are policing. I said the sin that the original sin, the original stain of America has created many tentacles of monsters, and just one of those are policing. And in our lives, we can see that technology has infiltrated every area of our life, but policing. Policing is still barbaric. It still comes up out of the old slave catcher motto of violence and submit. You know what I'm talking about. And so you put yourself in a situation where you have a very old ancient model of doing things, and you put Chief Best in front of that old ancient model of doing things, and having to try to navigate through that ancient model of doing things. And no technology that we should have right now that we should be able to use that can contain a person without killing them. I said technology has infiltrated every area of our life but policing. The only technology that policing wants is to try to see what your face looks like. But that old ancient way of doing things, that barbaric way of doing things, Chief Best has to deal with that. And not only does she have to deal with that, she has to wonder, now wait a minute, these professional agitators have learned how to infiltrate the average protester who's trying to do the right thing. And they have found a way within these times to create a plan. And what we're going to do is just mingle in with the rest of the folks and look like the rest of the folks, and then we'll strike the police from there. It's kind of like in Iraq when they were shooting bombs at Americans, and they would go run into hospitals, and then they would go run into schools. That's what's going on right now. And I said Chief Best has to deal with that. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have to deal with, how do you deal with people that are mixed up in a crowd of thousands of people that are using guerrilla warfare against you, but then go back and mix in with the crowd of the people. Be ready, because when I get the rub on my head, that means something. Okay? And I'm feeling something. That's what Chief Best is dealing with. Now put yourself in them shoes. I had a conversation with my wife the other day, and I was explaining to her, what would you do? Put yourself in those shoes when you have to figure out how to stop somebody from burning cars, and then going into businesses and looting businesses, but then they run back into peaceful protesters. How would you do and what would you do? Now put yourself in her shoes. How do you deal with that? Do you stop it? Do you just arrest everybody? How do you deal with that? Put yourself in her shoes while you're calling for resignation. Mr. Smart people. She's dealing with an old system that is barbaric. How do you deal with that? Put yourself in her shoes. I said, that's my friend. Be careful what you do to my friends. And let me just say today to you, today is a real opportune time. I heard some preachers have said that we have never experienced before. It is our responsibility not to get caught up in the tax and Amazon and all the other things that people are distracted from. This is about the original sin and the monsters that it's created. Don't be distracted. We're talking about if you can deal, if America can finally come to terms with itself, with that original sin, then everybody else's problems will fall right in order. But let's deal with the biggest problem. That's that original sin that created all these tentacles of monsters. And that's what Chief Best has to deal with. I love you. And let me just say, on Friday, we're having what we call is the next steps. We could march for 1,000 years and nothing has to change, but we want to talk about the next steps and those particular specific things that have been an impediment to change from our city to our state. And we're going to have professionals come down that give the community at large the instructions of what they need to do, what they need to focus on. After the march, then what? It's time to get those next steps. I love you.
All right, all right.
God bless you, everyone. Recognizing Bishop Tyson, great pastor of this church, and all of you are here today. My name is Carl Livingston. I am the lead professor of political science at Seattle Central College, where I've been 30 years, and I'm the senior pastor of Kingdom Christian Center, and I'm an attorney not practicing. I am here today because I am in support of our chief, Carmen Best, and I'm also here today because I am in support of holding police accountable and changing the system and this great movement that our people, our younger people, are involved in today. The title of Reverend Dr. William J. Barber's book says something about where we are today. It is, we're called to be a movement. This is not a moment, but it is a movement, and we are called to be a movement. We are in the midst of a great movement demanding the end of both police killings of innocent black and brown people, but also a movement for the end of institutional racism and all of the Seattles around the world. We have been supporting the mostly younger people leading this great movement, demanding that police departments, prosecutors, and all leaders bring to justice police killers. Make no mistake about it, what we're doing today is in support of this peaceful portion, which is the majority of this great movement. A movement that is set on being not a moment, but a movement. And we are that movement. They're demanding the end, not just of these police killings, but they're also demanding the end of institutional racism. That's why they have their Native American land acknowledgement representing and recognizing Tulalip, Duwamish, Squamish, and Muckleshoot peoples. That's why they want the statues to come down. That's why they're concerned about what is happening in voting, the misrepresentation and the disenfranchisement of people of color in this country. That's why they want to see economic reform and economic equality. It's not just about these police shootings. And they want to see the end of a society, an end of conservative interests getting their marching orders from either Fox News or getting their marching orders from the Seattle Police Officers Guild, or getting their marching orders from any interests that don't want to see the change, don't want to hold the society accountable, don't want to see people get justice, and want to continue having African Americans treated like we are suspect in our own country. Now, Seattle has been a city for over 140 years. And for about 140 years, we've been dealing with all kind of police chiefs. For about 100 of 2002, and it was for that reason that African-American pastors and others led the march downtown in Seattle to block the freeway and to say it was wrong how they killed Robert Thomas Sr. And since that time, we have seen reforms, but we have still seen the killing of CHAZ Taylor, and we've got to address that and hold police accountable. We have still seen the killing of John T. Williams, and we've got to change the system and hold it accountable. We still saw the just walking while black arrest of Mr. Wingate, and we have to change that system. But they're glad that we have finally the first African-American police chief out of those 140 years, only the second woman to hold this job, a woman that has been recognized by black media as a leader, sympathetic and effective in representing the African-American community and all people, recognized by other organizations as a monumental leader, and someone who's born on the inside trying to bring the reform. If it had not been for officers like John Hayes and Officer Cookie and Chief Best, our community would have totally lost confidence in the police department. And so we are here today to support not a moment, but a movement that our young people are leading. And our young people are leading a movement in which they're suspicious of all leaders, even some of us African-American pastors who are doing the best we can to represent them. They want things to change now, and they hold accountable everybody, even me, in the position that I'm in. They're not happy with any of us. But we gotta stand behind the ones that are inside making the difference. I'm gonna take my seat, but I wanna encourage you to make this moment the movement that our young people are out making sure that it is, because we are that movement. We have to be.
All right, all right.
Praise the Lord, everybody. Praise the Lord, everybody. I'm Pastor Kerry Anderson, the pastor of First AME Church, Bishop Gary Tyson, and to the Goodwill Church family, to Bishop Reggie Witherspoon, our other presiding prelate here, to Reverend James Broughton, our president of the United Black Christian Clergy, to my sisters and brothers that are part of the United Black Christian Clergy, to community activists that are here, Sister Victoria Beach and Brother Andre Taylor, to you, my brothers and sisters in Christ. I have the privilege and pleasure to present to us a woman who represents us as friend. I said a woman that we know as friend, a woman that we can call friend. She is where she is because of her experience. She is where she is because of her education. She is where she is because of providing exemplary service in every level of responsibility that has been handed to her by the city of Seattle and the Seattle Police Department. If I could quote a scripture right now, I am in church. I would say, I have not seen, neither has ear heard, nor has it entered into the heart of things that God has prepared for the woman that I'm about to present today. If you love her, if you support her, if you want to walk with her, I admit that you got to stand to your feet right now. The voice of the Seattle Police Department, Chief Carmen Betts.
Thank you. Please sit down. I was not expecting this. My heart is full, and I'm so very honored. You know, Pastor Anderson, thank you for your kind words, and thank you for the invitation to come and to join everybody this afternoon. I'm so honored. Let me just start out by saying I am not discouraged. I am encouraged. I want to thank the Black Christian clergy, Rabbi Berkovitz, and the Jewish community, Andre Taylor, Vicky, his last name is escaping me right now, but Vicky, you know who you are. Vicky from our African American Advisory Council, and all my other friends and supporters who are here today. Thank you so much for your kindness, your advice, your leadership over the years. Many of you stood by my side, as was mentioned before, when I was sworn in as the Chief of Police just 2 years ago. It seems like a long time ago, but it was just 2 years ago. And for that, I am so eternally grateful. Today, I feel blessed that you continue to stand behind me and with me and in front of me, challenging and making sure that we are working through these unprecedented times in Seattle, in our country, and in our nation. As I walked along the nearly 60,000 people during the Black Lives Matter March on Friday, the silent message was loud and clear. I hear the community. I hear you. I hear those who are telling their stories of having suffered at the hands of injustice, and I hear those who are demanding change. And just as you stood by me over the last several years, I stand by you. It was an epiphany moment for me as I was standing there and I was watching people go by with all their signs. You know, Black Lives Matter, you know, defund the police, you know, question the qualified immunity, you know.
We are here, we are strong, and we are determined. We are resilient, and we will not fail her now. Thank you for your time. We're coming close to an end of time. So we're gonna say all the names that have been seen of our relatives that have been murdered by police in this territory, on the Coast Salish territories, and then we're gonna bring in our best answer? Yes. Okay. John T. Williams, say his name. John T. Williams. Say his name. John T. Williams. Say his name. John T. Williams. Stone Child Chief Stick, say his name. Jackie Sailor, say her name. Jackie Sailor. Say her name. Jackie Sailor. Say her name. Jackie Sailor. Janetta Riley, say her name. Janetta Riley. Say her name. Janetta Riley. Say her name. Janetta Riley. Milo Harvey, say his name. Milo Harvey. Say his name. Milo Harvey. Say his name. Milo Harvey. Cecil Lacey, say his name. Cecil Lacey. Say his name. Cecil Lacey. Say his name. Cecil Lacey. Michael Mitchell, say his name. Michael Mitchell. Say his name. Michael Mitchell. Say his name. Michael Mitchell. Joshua Spotted Horse, say his name. Joshua Spotted Horse. Say his name. Joshua Spotted Horse. Say his name. Joshua Spotted Horse. Daniel Cabarbius, say his name. Daniel Cabarbius. Say his name. Daniel Cabarbius. Say his name. Daniel Cabarbius. Charlena Lyle, say her name. Charlena Lyle. Say her name. Charlena Lyle. Say her name. Charlena Lyle. Sean Fuhrer, say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Yes. Jay Taylor, say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Me, CHAZ Ginton. Me, CHAZ Ginton. Say his name. Say his name.
moment so difficult to close when you're in a room full of black preachers. It's so difficult when each turn and when each letter brings you so close to the precipice of going into the place where you know God really needs and wants you to be. There are about 4 things I want to say real quick. And the first thing is, I think this moment is teaching us, Chief Best, that when you want something different, you have to do something different. Maybe we've been marching wrong. Maybe we've been protesting wrong. Let's try a different march and a different kind of protesting to see if we can get a different kind of result. Secondly, I believe at times, as much as I am saved with my little saved self, that there comes a time you have to fight. Comes a time when you just can't let things roll off your back. And comes a time, Ricky Willis, when you gotta be a little militant in Jesus' name. Comes a time, you know, I guess I got that little man complex. I always had to fight folk that were bigger than me and folk who were stronger than me. I never had the disposition of backing down. I always had the gall to look in the bully's eye and say, all right. Sometimes you gotta fight. It's about how you go about fighting that's gonna matter in the end. And then real quick, lest I offend myself with my timekeeping, I want to say to Bishop Tyson and to all of us who gathered in this place today that we have a great calling from God. It is a great calling from God. It's a great calling from God. And I want to remind Chief Best that Paul says to the church that what shall we say of these things? If God be for us, who can be against us? He said, who can be against us? He said, I'm persuaded that he that saved me, he's able to keep me. So you gotta remember that the one who's for you is greater than all who are against you. And the wisdom of Proverbs 16:7 says, when your ways please God, he will make even your enemies be at peace with you. Can I just be a preacher for a moment? And I heard us talk about I can't breathe. That ain't new. I heard the prophet Ezekiel say in 37, he said, I saw a valley of bones, very many scattered, dry, lifeless. And the Lord asked me, can they live? Can they live? He said, God, you know. He said, prophesy. When the shout, catch your breath. When the shout, breathe. The bones are going to live. The prophet said, I heard a rumbling, I heard a shaking, and then they stood up, but they still couldn't breathe. He said, talk to the wind, and the wind blew, and breath came in, and they stood up a great army. Somebody say, I want to breathe, I want to breathe, I want to breathe. Seattle needs a breath.
I would like to share a little bit of the context on why this money was laid out. It isn't about money. It's about offerings. It's about gifts. And within Native communities, we appreciate when someone shows up with their medicine. When we sing, when we dance, it's a way for us to pray. So a lot of times, when offerings are laid out, it can be tobacco, it can be money, it can be any kind of gift or offering. But it is a way for us to show our appreciation. It is not about money, it isn't about the number of that piece of paper. It is about an offering, appreciating and thanking this young man for bringing his prayers out here to the circle. I wanted to make sure that I say that properly. He came out here to share his prayers and support because his brothers are black and indigenous, and that is the reason why he's coming out here and sharing his prayers with everyone here. And again, I want to remind everyone, okay, that this is not right now, this moment. This is a fight that is ongoing. It has been ongoing in my parents' time, in my grandparents' time, in my great-grandparents' time. And we are here because we are trying to create a change and make a change for our children, our grandchildren, and our future generations. We would like to see that change in our lifetime. We don't want to just pray about it for the future generations. We want to see our children growing up. We want to see our men growing old. We do not want to see our women go missing and not know where they are and not having the support and the backing to find them or to find justice. I also want to say that if you know who's out here in the streets. But there's also a lot of folks that are not out in the streets and they are fighting the fight and they are fighting long and they're putting so many hours, they are putting their spirit into it. Invest in them and find out how to support. There are many groups, there are many organizations that are doing the work for the people. There are so many fights being fought in different battlefields. And if you have any kind of platform outside of this space, outside of the streets, use them. If you work for the city, if you work for the schools, anywhere that you work, battles every single day of our lives. And like my sisters were saying, education. Education, that is how we beat them. We learn the way they fight their battles, and we carry that kind of education, that Western education, with our spirit. There is no stopping us. When you fight those battles in the courtroom, with the city, with the state, with the government, remember that you are not walking alone. Remember these songs, remember these prayers, remember the people, because we are with you. We are with you. Okay? The loudest voice is not always the strongest voice. And the feminine energy is so powerful. And I am going to ask our male energy, the spaces, to always create the space, because we can sit in quiet with the most powerful strength as well. That is that balance. We all carry the male and the female energies, create that balance. I'm going to ask my brothers to always hold our sisters high, because we have been fighting this battle from the moment that we are born. With that being said, I would like to offer the microphone to any of my sisters that would like to share else.
I wanted to make an apology. I want to thank Ixley. Ixley is like my other half. Like, she is my water and I am fire. And that's why we work together, and that's why we love each other. And but I wanted to say apologies. Like, I've been apologizing all day, because when I'm up here and I'm looking out at the crowd and I'm looking at all the people, I see everybody that has made their way out here, so many beautiful faces, so many familiar faces. I know that what we put on the event, Culture Day, we don't, this doesn't have to stop right here, but in this little space right here, we're gonna be passing it over to the next group that is coming on, because literally a lot of people came through to arrange this space for us today. They were very kind and very generous to push back their time for us to be here in a good way. So we want to respect the time frame that we have left, and we want to apologize over and over. Hope that we didn't offend anybody, and if we did, if we gotta talk, I'll be around, you know? 'Cause I'm that kind of person too, you know? But we did this in the best way we possibly could with the shortest amount of time. So I want to apologize to the other tribes and nations and those that came here and maybe didn't get a spot. I say, you know, like no disrespect, but there's, you know, I mean, we're here, you know, and we're gonna be here for the rest of the day, as long as we respect the spaces that other speakers are speaking, and also want to welcome everybody to hear what the next group is going to come on and talk about. You know, it's more than just being here and just having a picnic. Everybody says that this is not a picnic. This is not, you know, a space of like celebration and party. This is a sacred space, right? And so, water bottles around here, I just want to say to the people here, well, we got to work on that. Because we're going to talk about environmental justice and justice to people of color, and we're going to talk about all of this stuff. We need to get all those water bottles out of here. This is like a repeat of Standing Rock. You know, when you look around and you see all these water bottles and all this food, all this stuff, we got to do better when we're organizing in these spaces too, to decolonize this space, you know? We gotta do better. We gotta do better all the way around. So, passing it back to Islam. So, you know, we step into spaces in solidarity because our fights and our struggles are so woven together. And there's a sister that has been standing with Native struggles for for a very long time. And you know, as I was mentioning about those battles, about those prayers, one occasion some months ago, we see Nikita, and I asked her, I said, "Where's your drum?" And she said, "I should have one. As often as we are in the same spaces together, I know the songs." You know, and I have been keeping that in mind. Like, I need to make a drum for Nikita. And right now, one of my brothers, Kyle, he came over where we have our ceremony family. The Lakota word is Tioshpaye. And we would like to gift Nikita on behalf of our family her very own drum. This drum has been in ceremony so many times. So many prayers have
So as you step into every circle and as you carry this drum in your home, know that there are prayers with that we are with you. The drum itself is the oldest instrument in the world. It is the heartbeat. All of our cultures have that drum. And so with that being said, we would like to give that to you. And we love you. We really appreciate you. We'll see you. And I believe our buckle shoot, who is it?
Closing song, somebody came up to me. Okay, did you guys cheer with everybody else? Like, is this a going out song? We'll probably close with a couple songs. We'll let you guys sign it and then we'll give it back to the muckle shoot. And I really feel bad, like, if we we're gonna close out with songs because our songs are prayers, right?
As we are doing the last song, the medicines that have been put at the center will be gathered and will be gifted out to community. So again, these medicines will be shared out. The prayers that have been put onto this medicine will be shared out, and so that you are able to take these medicines home with you.
That was so nice of them to give it to her too.
Marsha, Alan Dick. I just wanted to share with you all. Thank you so much for coming in today, bearing witness. And this is, being the Northwest, we are all people who bear witness, who gathered in a big house. And as you're taking all these stories in, as you're taking all these issues in, remember that it's your responsibility what you do with it afterwards. And it's your responsibility to take care of yourselves. Go home. If you can, if you're going to go visit relatives, making sure you can take a shower or clean your clothes if you can, possibly, just to make sure that you're reducing, the risk of your elders. Also making time to, if you need to, if you need to grieve over what you heard, over what's going on, just making sure you do that. Checking in with your everyone for coming out today, staying informed, staying aware. This only happened within about 48 hours this event was planned. So we were able to get such a good turnout. So finish teams, there was a conversation almost 2 weeks ago. Yes, when we try to run things, I tell you what, creators like, oh no, that's not how it's gonna go, and all of a sudden it just happened, and we're like, okay, it's happening. So it really wasn't us, it was the ancestors. Yes. We have no intent of disrespect or not following protocols, so please let us know if there's anything we need to correct. It's in our way to always try to correct things, so if there's anything that needs to be corrected, please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.
Thomas Williams, Kietsta, the Hauptstadt of Lillard, the Hauptstadt. Hello everyone, all you fine folks. My name is Thomas Williams. I'm from the Tulalip tribes and I am the Homish descendant. I just want to say that that first song that I sung earlier when I got out here belonged to Chucky Freiberg. That's his table song, Tidik Ada. Our family from Lummi, Ossium, Iglesia. Thank you guys.
There's a thing that we call Indian time, and we're doing really good. It's 4:26. Thank you, everyone. Again, my heart is full. One more song. Okay. We're singing in one more song. So yes. So also keeping in mind as we wind down the last song, we will be passing the microphone over to our family back here. So much more education happening. Absorb it, take it all in, because you will not find this in a history book, and definitely not in mainstream media. So absorb that, take that knowledge around you and appreciate it.
lift our arms up and thank the Creator and everyone here for the gift of gathering and for being able to listen to our elders and learn, and to our warriors that are here that are spoken, and the families that came to share their stories. Let us give thanks to them for being here with us today to help make sure that we stay on our purpose and that we keep the movement going. Thank you so much. My name is Reese, and I'm just really mostly here to some of the youth organizers. That I know that there was usually General Assembly at 3 o'clock. That space was given because we have been blessed with the presence of our elders and our Indigenous brothers and sisters. So the message is, please, if you are gathering in groups and still talking, there will be a report back at 3 p.m. tomorrow. So 3 p.m. tomorrow, you can come and report back on some of the things you've been talking about for General Assembly. And you know, this is a great crowd. I love to see so many people here to listen and learn. And please stick around because this next group of folks here, they're going to continue the message. So I'm going to hand the mic over to, bring back the camera.
Make them around the North for our Indigenous voices. My name is Cameron Levy Jones. I'm with the organization known as Team Youngblood and Hold Your Ground. We're the people that are putting on this Ain't No Picnic. We're about to get set up, so please stick around. Because we're about to get some education on it here. So thank you. Please stick around, be patient while we get this set up together and continue the education. Appreciate y'all.
Okay.
Concern trolling is when someone poses as an ally, or they at least make it sound like they could be swayed to your side, but then they start picking holes in it based on some shit that they don't actually care about. So like, for example, people that are like, oh, where are all the masks? I mean, even though you can see so many people with masks on my screen, oh, where are all the masks? This is insane. COVID's coming back. They don't really care about that. Remember, they didn't want us to be masked up and to be isolated. Remember, they protested with guns so that we didn't have to do that. But now we're out here doing this, and oh, now we need to mask up. That's control, or that's concern trolling. Okay, when people are like, oh, how are the businesses going to reopen? That's concern trolling. They don't care about if the businesses are going to reopen. They don't. All they want is to tear down our message, and that's the whole point of it, is to distract from the message. So please, when you see that, think about, are they concern trolling? Because, and if they are, call them out, you know, and educate other people. Tell people what that is, and because a lot of people don't know that that's a strategy. Yeah, I mean, if you're in here trolling just because you want us to not get our message across, yeah, I'm gonna think you're a racist. I can't think of any other motives. But I wanna like. The other day, somebody asked if I had taken psychology. Yeah, I went to college for psychology for a while, and I really wanna start like highlighting what people are doing. Like when people do things like that, I want to highlight and tell you there's a name for it. Like there's a name, there's an actual term for it, because people do it as a strategy of, you know, not letting like getting in the way of a message. Okay, just to cause noise. That's called concern trolling. When people are like, let's see. When people are like, oh, it's so dangerous there, you don't go, it's so dangerous. They know that it's not. They're not actually concerned. They're just trying to cause disinformation. Here's another one. Psychological fallacies in arguments, like ad hominem attacks, saying, there was a person in the chat that was like, oh my God, I bet all these people are so fucking sweaty and gross. God, how could these people be leading a movement? Or people that are like, wow, a lot of white people here. I don't see any black people. Once again, that's actually kind of a little bit of concern trolling. They don't care how many white people versus black people are here. What, are you trying to tell me that you're tearing down the message and you care that there's not enough black voices represented? That's not what's happening. You're just concern trolling. But also, that's also an ad hominem attack, because an ad hominem attack is when you
do you ignore the message that's being told to you and you attack who's saying it, and it doesn't do anything to get to the truth or to get to what's actually, to anything constructive. The whole point is to just attack who's saying it, to tear down. And if you think about that logically, that does not make sense. Like, I don't know. It's hard to think of an example, but that's one thing. Pay attention to that. There was one more that was really important that's been happening a lot that it's slipping my mind right now, but I swear I'll as soon as I remember it, I'm gonna call it out. But for the most part, concern trolling, that's very, no, it's not that I'm concerned about trolling. It's that concern trolling is a tactic to stop the message from getting out. Like, a lot of people that might be on the fence, they might look at that and think, yeah, maybe I would be with that, but that's not happening. No, that's not. I'm getting a little off track here, but you get my point. Straw man fallacy. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Anybody in the chat that wants to help me out with keeping my thoughts together? Yeah. Straw man fallacy. That one is that's when you. Oh. Okay. That actually. Yeah. That is the one. Okay. So straw man fallacy is when you take somebody's trying to make a point to you or trying to get a message across to you, and you want to argue with them. What you do is you take their you present your argument to them in a way that you're creating, like, oh God, I'm having a really hard time explaining this. You create a fallacious argument. You create an argument that is really easy to refute, that they're not actually saying, but you say that that's what they're saying, and then you continuously.
Well, I guess I'm looking for an army to join. Is he looking for ground warriors or keyboard warriors? Whoa. Creativity, INA, Inacan. Creativity, Inacan. This is it's a nice piece.
Those folks, considering that again, it seems like everyone else just kind of walked in here. There was, one of the things I had read online was, that they're doing like security, they're like patting people down. Saw none of that. The borders were just open. Is this out?
This is back in.
This is back in? This is the end? Do you want to walk back?
Yeah, but get that.
Okay. Okay, so one of the things I had read recently is it looks like they changed their name to CHOP. Hey there. Are you with the sign?
Yeah, so basically the reason why it's been changed to CHOP is to prevent there being any misinterpretation of the language. Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone gives the idea of a separatist movement, of some sort of seditious activity. So by branding it as the Capitol Hill Occupying Protest, it's ensured that the intentions of this action are clear. This is a protest of occupation by the people in this space. This is not some kind of separatist, treasonous, traitorous behavior where we could end up getting Waco'd under a big thumb,
Totally. So you've kept the Capitol Hill, and now it's just, you said, what was it? Occupying protest. Okay.
Occupying, occupational, occupy. It's
a little fluid.
It's been kind of getting thrown around, but it's to make sure that the point is this is a peaceful, non-violent protest.
Have you been here since the beginning?
Unfortunately, I have not. I started volunteering this morning. I got in last night.
Oh, wow.
And I've been doing my part at my work to kind of spread the message to the people that are closest to me that, have a need for that, to be made aware, hey, this is what's going on. This is why this is happening. They're getting their source from, don't go to Seattle. It's dangerous. Which, by the way, extortionary measures must be made. Do be sure to make your extortionary payments to the stores within. And by golly, these are deadly weapons, so don't let the news lie to you.
Who did you get in touch with to volunteer? How did that work exactly? What's that process like? You were just here?
Showed up and...
Did you talk to anyone to set this up, or?
So there was the guys, they were doing like the changeover. People that had already been here for hours, ready for, need relief, coming from the night to the morning. And I just so happened to be making my way over this morning, and it's going to be just one guy here. Well, I can be here.
Yeah.
I literally, this is why I'm here.
And are you a Seattle local?
I am not a Seattle local. I lived in Seattle some time back, and Capitol Hill is part of what made me fall in love with Washington as a whole. And so to be here and experience this and be a part of this is kind of, I had to. This is be on the right side of history today. And to be here and see this is huge. It's about keeping the peace.
Yeah.
Maintaining, this is non-violent. We're here together as a community. It's not a festival, it's not a party. We're here for a reason, but
it's been tough to kind of sort through all that stuff online, because you have one part of the news media painting a picture that it's either a party or ultimately a terrorist organization, whereas it's interesting to be here in person and see just
See that it's not a Burning Man. No. That's what someone said. They said it was a Burning Man. I was like, no, it's not.
Hey, well, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, we're still walking. Oh man, it got crazy. Seattle weather. We're just walking around still over in the it's either CHAZ or CHOP. Some entrances have said CHAZ, some have said CHOP. I'm just gonna flip around and look at that. I'm not gonna lie, I've seen this comment a couple of times. I didn't have the heart to tell him his fly was down, and I saw that a few of you picked up on that.
Let him do his thing.
You're gonna let him do his thing.
Hospitality tent.
Hospitality tent. Looks like people are just dropping food off here. Looks like a lot of people. This guy, this guy, this guy. They're all just dropping off food. Let's see that. This is not a festival. Wow. It's not chalk, that's paint, is there, or is that chalk?
It's chalk.
This is chalk, okay. But a lot of the other stuff has been paint. Come in just looking at it from this perspective as well, just to kind of get a comprehensive view and see what this looks like. So again, this is, over there is where a lot of people have been speaking. Get my phone to focus. That's better. Lighting's kind of tough. Definitely, look at that, people selling a lot of shirts. Oh, well, there we go. Resign Mayor Jenny. Disarm, defund, and dismantle the police state. It's a little bit more of that rhetoric. These signs are just everywhere throughout this. I haven't been around this many people since, of course, the start of COVID. So one of the things that you forget about is how often when you walk in any group of people this size is the smell of cigarettes or marijuana that kind of just waft over you. And it's been a while since that. See, definitely more signs over here. That one just kind of, I'm sure that maybe that one was here before because it doesn't seem to have much to do with this. Okay, so we are back around now to the decolonization conversation right over here, where people pay to come in and talk about decolonization. Lots and lots of folks with cameras walking around, both professionals down to the amateur level, down to people with their cell phone. And we're gonna walk back out and then cut this, see if we see anything along the way, go back up to the protests that are up there and the conversations. Hot dogs. I wonder where they get the hot dogs. I don't mind if you put me in a multi-stream. No, not a problem. Oh man, look at that. That's the hot dog stand. Let's walk over here. Wow. Okay, so that's a pretty interesting kind of contrast. Okay, so here we've got $6 hot dogs that do deliver on Grubhub. Over here we've got Ben & Jerry's, and right over there it's a co-op for food where people can get free food. But there is a huge line for the hot dogs. I'm just saying, hot dogs are always a hit, whether it's at Costco or here at an Occupy protest.
You can get shirts and masks.
Yeah, from what the gentleman who was at, yeah, you can buy shirts over here and masks. I'm surprised. I wonder how Ben & Jerry's made it in.
Dude, Ben & Jerry's awesome.
Ben & Jerry's just makes it in. I guess, you know, at the same time, oh wow, the line for BJ's is huge. We'll just kind of walk right through this. It's one of these things where I bet if you had that truck, you could probably make it anywhere.
They'll let you in if you're giving it for free.
I mean, of course, they wouldn't let you into like an NRA event, but like just about everything else. You can hear, well, you can't hear, but I can hear in the background that woman with the megaphone is still going on and on with the Donald Trump song. I don't know, for those who didn't see it earlier, she had just been, I think the song was, in summation, in like a short way, it was, no, fuck Donald Trump and your birthday. And yes, Costco hot dogs are the best lunch in town. Are they still, they still selling the hot dogs? They must be, right? Let's go over here really quick and look at some of this stuff. What is this? Fix your hearts or die. Racism is an epidemic. Change the system. Fund communities, not cops. I mean, I see one of your comments. Which one? Fund communities, not cops? Yeah. Your heart is a muscle the size of your fist. Police should do time for their crimes. What's this one? A cop with only 6 months of training responds to these calls. I mean, an absolute staggering number of issues that cops deal with. Talk about overtime is what they say. All lives don't matter until Black Lives Matter. Stop feeding the pigs. Abolish. No, defund, then abolish. Okay. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. I've seen that one already today. In case you have been watching for all, you probably have as well. I don't want to walk in front of a... Oh my God. This is the winner. They're really going hard on the Karen thing. I just really want to defund the pigs, legalize being black. Okay, we're getting back over to the tent again. Oh well, I'm not that, but this one. Oh wow, this one's huge. No justice equals no peace, but this space is now property of the Seattle people.
I love that poster.
Oh, look at that. So this is the police department. Seattle People Department, East Precinct. They've got the power and equality hanging over it.
It's all boarded up.
So this is kind of the big one. This is the big news because this is the police precinct. It's an entire precinct of the police that.
This whole wall, this whole part of the police station is a community center.
I wonder if this fence was up beforehand, but it looks like obviously they've been hanging everything up on this fence. Oh, there's that sign. Recognize that voice. What is it?
They do. They're the National Lawyers Guild firm.
Can I talk to them?
I mean, you can, but they're here to observe, so they're not here to talk to press. But
Oh,
I'll
they're
tell
not.
you what
Okay.
they do, 'cause
So
I-
can you?
So, the National Lawyer Guild is a guild of people, lawyers who come together and like volunteer at protest.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I saw Che post this just today, so I didn't even know what was going on. So, what was your, how did you get involved, or what's the story behind all of this?
I've been involved with the Chinatown International District in the last 25 years.
Okay, what is your name, by the way?
My name's Gemma.
Gemma, okay. Hi, Gemma, I'm Jamie.
And I just feel like it's really important to represent. So, and also with Black Lives Matter, we need to show that different groups support each other. And so I felt like being on the corner of Chinatown, it was really important to do something to show that Asians support Black Lives Matter. And this building is low-income housing.
Okay.
And it's named after Gordon Hirabayashi, who was an Asian American activist who did a lot for Japanese rights during the internment. And so we have a long history of really messing with immigrant communities and people of color. And so I wanted to represent what's happened with the Asians over the years and show the blacks that we're together and united and we care about what's going on with them, and also to just educate a little bit on Asian American history, to say we understand in different ways some of those awful experiences that we have to deal with because we're people of color, and it doesn't matter how American we are.
Wow, thank you for sharing. I feel at a loss of words, to be honest.
That makes sense.
I feel like that made a lot of sense.
Well, and also I hate to say it, but you do see racism among the Asian communities against blacks. We shouldn't be doing that to each other. Because we've all experienced the other side, the hate.
Yeah.
We've all got to come together and support each other.
Yeah.
Forget the group divisions.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I spent like 2 hours during lunch talking to my uncle and one of our family friends about this specific topic.
Yeah.
And I guess sometimes we get stuck in our own bubbles and forget that other people, some of these perspectives are still there.
Yeah.
And so, have you had experience with other Asian Americans, racism, or?
I think it's a generational thing. I think maybe it's the old timers of kind of hunkering down and feeling like life is so hard scrabble for yourself as an immigrant that you need to defend it against everyone who might be, taking what you have. I don't know how to explain it. So I've seen it more from a distance. But that's why on here I have some letters. And they're called Dear Auntie letters. And it's specifically saying, Dear Auntie, Dear Uncle, I know that sometimes you're scared of people of different colors and you call the police, but you need to call me instead of the police. You need to call the community for help instead of calling the police. And so that's why we have Asians with Black Lives means do not call the police. And the Dear Auntie letters also specifically say this is a hard conversation, but I love you and we need to talk about it. For example, in Minneapolis, one of the police officers that turned his back on the killing was Hmong. And so there's lots of other people from other Asian groups saying, well, we're not Hmong, so we're not responsible for this. But we can't make those divisions. We have to say we're all in this together, and we need to all figure out how to be better and more proactive in helping defend people of all colors.
How do you feel this message can be, spread to the older generation or the other generation?
There's the website on the Dear Auntie letters.
Okay.
And we're actually going to be pasting them up in about 20 different languages.
Okay.
Down at the end wall over there.
Okay.
I don't have them today, but over time. And so I'm hoping everyone will go to that website. It's 18mr.org.
18. Do you have a card or?
No, I don't.
Okay.
It's 18mr.org.
18mr.org.
There's 18 million Asians in this country, and we can do a lot if we vote, if we activate, and if we write those Dear Auntie letters to our family members who might not be as progressive as we know they could be, if we can help them come along.
I like that idea. Where did Dear Auntie come from?
Asking for me.
Okay. Oh, that's okay. Thank you so much, Gemma. Thank you.
Happy wandering.
Thank you.
Oh, what's your page? What's your live stream?
So I'm on twitch.tv at
Twitch TV.
yes at Lucky Bamboo 13.
Okay, I'll remember that. That's my favorite number too.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Me and a bunch of my family members are all born on the 13th, so.
Oh, nice.
Love that number.
I guess, can I be part of the family then?
Yeah,
Just
you
kidding. I am automatically.
Or at least you have our Twitch code that we would want, right?
Yeah, I would be happy to. I would be happy to send this over to you if that would be helpful.
Oh,
or,
yeah. Sure, yeah. I mean, I like following. Have you been going to a lot of events and such?
I myself personally not. I work with a group of streamers that we have other streamers. We have streamers kind of all over.
Yeah. Do you want to send it to me how? Via text or Instagram or?
Yeah. I could text it, or can you write it down? Because while I'm streaming, it doesn't let me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't like.
Find you Twitch TV. Now, what do I look for?
So it's Twitch TV, twitch.tv/LuckyBamboo13.
And I'll find it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'll title this one as like the International District Community Art Block.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so Dear Auntie, I like the concept. 18mr.org. And that is. This is a really good idea, and funny enough, I just experienced this during lunch today for maybe 2 hours, going back and forth with my family, and you know, the racism within the Asian community is definitely very real, and I was very surprised to hear the perspectives from my family members, but I didn't judge them, and I accepted it as it was, and try to share more information and awareness for them, and you know, we had a very civil conversation. So fortunately, it was, I mean, there was some emotion involved, of course, but that's going to happen with some of these challenging topics. Not sure if I'll be able to transcribe that later if that's necessary, but might as well catch it on the stream here for anybody that wants to pause and read later. Okay. 18mr.org. Black lives.
Carla, do you need any other colors? Do you need white? Do you have any more yellow?
None of us are free until all of us are free. So a lot of Asian support for the Black Lives Matter movement along this building. Is it already up?
Well, that painting.
Oh, what? Oh, that must be because that's
You're
where.
currently doing it?
Yeah, that could be it. Cool. So, darkness cannot drive out, or darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Martin Luther King Jr. That's someplace in America, ain't it? CHAZ did not accurately describe the movement's goals, so they decided to change it. Oh, this one's. I never look at my case just as my own or just as a Japanese American case. It is an American case with principles that affect the fundamental human rights of all Americans. Gordon Hirabayashi. This is the Hirabayashi building, which is why they have some of that history on the side of the building. I wonder if this must be the land that they lost the case as well. But this building must have been here for a long time now then. Thank you for following Ninzo13. Oh, another fellow 13 username. Looks like that side's just all boarded up. No art happening on that building. Not sure why this one specific building, no art. But yeah, this is the other side of the Bartel Drugs building. So, one building, no art walk, but the Hirabayashi building, art walk. I feel everybody born on the 13th draws power from the number 13. That one lady shared that her entire family was born on the 13th and that I was automatically a part of their family for also being born on the 13th. We are on South Main Street, 5th Avenue South. This is north of International District. I'm not sure if geographically this is technically International District. My mind automatically feels anything north of South Jackson Street is not part of International District. But looks like, curious to see if we'll find any other community art painters. The street party zone. So we are in International District, which is south of CHOP. If that is what you're referring to as the street party zone.
The black and brown struggle of the world.
It's about like a 10-minute drive, 5-10-minute drive up north. So, fire station. I'm gonna guess.
Kwame Ture spoke to Carmichael, said Dr. King was a great
That's where
mobilizer. I see a lot of people being mobilized here. I see a lot of people taking it, conversating, engaging.
Against Empire, an excellent book about the Black Panther movement that you don't hear a lot of that history, the history that came up after Malcolm X's assassination.
Art going on.
Black Panther movement became stronger after Malcolm X's assassination because Huey P. Newton decided that he was going to be.
Feels like an official.
The next Malcolm X. Also, that book will tell you exactly what our government will do to stifle.
Feels like the more official one. It's the city.
Movement like that. 15-year-old children.
Oh, the service is bad.
Phone on the ground. So. Itself when it burned down. A city within a city within a city. Some cityception.
Can we take a Kaepernick? One of the Is that okay? Can we take a Kaepernick?
Oh, it's like
facing the rising sun of a new day. Let's march on to the this world.
Speech at 5 p.m.
Stormy the road.
Alright, and then
Yet with the same
Sorry, keep moving the camera. I'm just trying to, like, I'm like, why is it not? Whatever.
But everybody definitely was aware of the transition to Trump. So maybe it just takes some time for the area to fully get adapted. I mean, they adapted to CHAZ pretty quick too.
Out from the blue. Where the white gleam of our bright star is skies. God of our years, God of our silent tears, from the day thou who hast by thy mind we're gonna do it again. Because this part's real important. Together? Why don't we try the flow negative here? God of our wearies, God of our silent tears, thou who hast by thy mind far on the way. Forever and now we pray. Blessed are feet stray from the road, God will mend. Blessed are hearts drunk with the wine of the world we forget. Shadow beneath the hand, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native
Well, I guess they're refilling their generators, so perhaps I will hop back on the stream after again when they actually begin, but here's sort of the view from outside. Oh, I'm so zoomed in. There's probably gonna end up people like even up till there. As usual, one of the co-ops where you can get free food. See, like from this view you can barely see like where the stage even is, and there's like, I mean my tripod is there, but there's like even more stage or tents over there, but that's, I guess, just the sense of how many people there are. There's a lot of people, guys. There's a lot of people. Maybe I'll spend this time figuring out how to best set this up. They also moved that sign down. No problem. But yeah, they moved that sign down. Remember how, like, you know, I posted that picture and there was, at first, in my very first photo, there was one sign and then they like scratched out the thing and there was another sign, and now it's like fully off and they've replaced it with that. If you guys want a sense of how loud it is, I mean, you can still hear it, right? That's about how loud it is when the windows are closed. Oh my god. Oh shit. Yeah, my windows are whack.
Mic check, mic check. Can everybody hear me? Raise your hands back there if you can hear me. The setup and the message we're trying to get across. My name is Ola. I'm with a collective called Decriminalizing Seattle. Decriminalizing Seattle, and we are part of a collective. This is my partner, comrade Ed, and we are part of a collective that have always...
On IG, they're called Decrim Seattle.
Imagine a world without the police. Imagine a world without prisons. Imagine a world without a carceral criminal system and a carceral criminal state. I think the message that we want to get out there right now is, if you can, look at someone next to you right now and tell them this is not a party. One more time, this is not a party. Again, this is not a party. They are still killing black folks in the streets. Could you repeat that to your neighbor? They are still killing black folks in the streets. I think that's the message with this whole setup, with this whole collective, that's what we want to continue to emphasize. And I think it's important we continue to emphasize that. Let me ask this. What happened on May 25th, 2020? Anybody? Thank you for that. It took you guys a while, but that's how fast we forget. That's the day the Minneapolis Police Department put their knees to George Floyd's neck and killed him in front of the world. And that's what I want to remind you guys. That's how fast we forget about what's going on in the world, how they still treat the people, how they still treat the community. Let me ask you another question. What happened June 8th, 2020? What happened June 8th, 2020? Anybody? I'm going to tell you right now, June 8th, 2020, we were standing at that line in front of an imperialistic force for keeping us coming to this precinct. And now they gave us the space, they ceded the space to us, but to us in our formation and decriminalized, always believe in abolition, is that wasn't no victory. We don't want to forget that day. Like, they gave us this space. And we don't want to forget that day. And that's why we want to continue the message of this is not no party. Again, repeat. This is not no party. They are still killing our people in the streets. Now let me ask you another question. What happened on June 12, 2020? June 12, 2020. June 12, 2020, the Atlanta Police Department shot and this Friday, this was just this past Friday, the Atlanta Police Department shot and killed a man running for them. And that's why I want to continue to remind you guys that we haven't won nothing. We have not won nothing, and that's why we want to continue to remind you guys that we set up this space. I think people quickly forget that they are still killing people in the streets. There has still been no accountability with the officers and the police that are still killing people in the streets. And until we get accountability, until we get a system where there's no prisons that exist, that there's no police that exist, where we look at this space and see that community, folks that are in our alignment with each other can take care of each other. Just imagine the $400 million budget of the Seattle Police Department. If every one of these booths were given just a % of that and what they can do to take care of each other. This is the community taking care of each other without the police. I think like what hurts me and what's prevalent to me is that I know it's sad to say, but this is like a Coachella vibe, and we out here celebrating. We emphasize to you guys, check in with each other, look at each other, and tell each other like we can't celebrate nothing. We haven't won nothing until the police is gone, until this imperialistic, white supremacist force is gone that protect privileges, that protect property over people, our people. It is always wrong, it's always going to be wrong. Right? So that's why we want to continue to emphasize that message. That's why we want to continue to say that message that we can't celebrate nothing. What are the 3 demands? Say again. First demand. Second demand.
If you can hear like all of the different voices and stuff, it's because
I think that's important that we continue until they give us that.
There's like so many different people speaking. No, also there's like a Ben and Jerry's truck there, which I guess is sort of weird. There, you guys can see. There's Ben and Jerry's truck right there. Oops. Maybe I'll go and get ice cream.
Think about slavery. You think about slavery when you talk about they have never talked about slavery. Think about when they said, let's reform slavery. You Reform slavery turned into Jim Crow's law. Reform slavery turned into segregation. When they reformed segregation and Jim Crow laws, it turned into mass incarceration. When they reformed mass incarceration, it reformed into a violent police state, where you got videotape and the police killing folks out there in public view without impunity, with impunity. So that's why we want to continue to emphasize these messages until we get what we want, until we get the Seattle Police Department defunded, until they get money, find money, take money from the Seattle Police Department and not nowhere else to fund community initiatives, restorative justice matters, transformative justice matters, and until they free all the protesters, we can't look at what they're doing here as a victory. I think that's the philosophy of all of this. So again, before I get off and let my brother, my comrade, Ed get on here, look at your neighbors again and tell them this is not a party. This is not a party. This is not a party. We have not won. We have not won.
We have not won.
We have not won. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
Look at all these people listening to this. Yeah, he's speaking right now. Let him speak.
So here it is. I got jokes too. You gotta come to church on Sunday morning. We be laughing on Sunday morning.
Maybe.
I got a joke on what really went. Oh, here we go.
Awesome.
So look at me. If you want to meet with the chief of police, we'll talk. But we need an end game. We gotta have an end game. You can't just go and sit in front of the chief and the mayor and start rambling. And your end game cannot be personal.
Hey, Raz just popped
It
up.
has to be in unity. We all have to be on the same page. We all have to want the same thing. And can I tell you something? We can't get at the table fighting each other for power, because doggone it doesn't matter who's in control. What we want is justice.
Justice.
Nobody's trying to make a name out here.
Yeah, some people are, but we're not trying. We're getting all the right information out. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to make a name, but I'm trying to get the media out. If it happens to make a name, sure, whatever. It's not like Joey didn't make a name for himself. It's not like, you know. Look at all these people. So great. So great. Yeah, I mean, and any other day on a Sunday, there'd be families out here playing games. Maybe a team or two playing a soccer game, and everybody would be off of the field. But now there's, I don't know, how many people do you think that is? 1,000, 5,000, 3,000? I don't know. That's a lot of people, though, just right there. It's pretty deep. It doesn't look deep right there, but everybody's sitting down in the middle of that. And it's deep. Like so deep. Free clothes! Free clothes! Take some or leave some. That's awesome. People need jackets and things. It's amazing. That's great. You bring your these clothes back to a place, obviously, and wash them, I would imagine. Or maybe they've laundered them and brought them back after they get them from people. But, yeah. That wasn't there a couple days ago. We mobilized and got a clothes stand. I'm going to put my phone right up here for a second. There we go. There. I'm going to smoke a cigarette. I need this. Street joint stand. That's fucking awesome.
Oh, that's so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's like the worst way of getting ghosted.
Ghosted. Oh, you'll be toasted. Yeah, I need to learn the song, the words to What's Up Dreams here. I've seen that with Mark Robin. That sounds like a fun song. It is a fun song. No, I don't need to do anything with them. I need them to sing because that'd be awesome. I'd like to hear them play that song. Oh, car coming through. Car coming through. Watch out. Car coming through. Oh, what's up, Bird? Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They want to come this way. They want to go that way. We got a furry with the tail. Nice tail, man. 1 second. They need space. They need space. There we go. Look at that prehensile tail. That's amazing. Is that a little sunroom?
Yeah, it's like a little greenhouse.
Yeah. I saw them building it, and I wondered what it was. Look at that. It's a mobile little greenhouse. All right. I'm going to come out here. Watch out for the car. There's a car coming through. Watch out. Truck coming through. Truck coming through. There we go.
All roads lead to Africa. As long as Africa is in chains, none of us would be free. None of us. As long as we don't respect black women and black none of us will be free. Are y'all hearing me? This is not a picnic. This is not a party. We're decriminalizing Seattle so we can go to our long-term goal in freeing the motherland. It doesn't matter, bro. That's why I hate to say it again, but as long as Africa, I don't hate to say shit. As long as Africa is in change, none of us will be free. And as long as all of us practice white culture and don't return to our culture, does anybody even know what my culture is? Somebody tell me what my culture is. Y'all don't know. My culture is the black radical tradition. The black radical tradition was born through slavery. The black radical tradition was born in resistance to assimilating to slavery and being cool with slavery. There's been maroon encampments created all over through the last 450 years to escape slavery. The black radical tradition came from the Ma'afa, which means the great Swahili for the terrible occurrence. And that's where the black radical tradition came from. So for us over here in America, appreciate it. For us over here in America, the black radical tradition is our culture. And that culture has to be rooted in returning back to our African cultures and uniting with other African folks who never lost their tribal culture. But we also don't want to practice tribalism. That culture has to be rooted in returning back to our African cultures and uniting with other African folks who never lost their tribal culture. But we also don't want to practice tribalism, because tribalism will only perpetuate what? Whiteness, U.S. imperialism. But tribalism will only perpetuate what? Whiteness will only perpetuate, it will only perpetuate what? So say with me, this is not a party. This is not a picnic. Decriminalize Seattle. Number one, what is our what is? Go ahead. What? And what is our long-term goal? Free the motherland. Free the motherland. Because if Black Lives Matter, then the African continent matters. And that's what you all need to remember. This is not over. This is not over even when they come back.
Dear black people, you know you're stronger than what they tell you, right? I mean, who in their right mind would exert so much energy to oppress the weak? Murder our leaders for having dreams? Erase our history so we can proceed the already amazing things that you couldn't believe. Dear black men, you know you come from royalty, right? Dear black men, you know that make my son a prince, right? Dear black men, you know that make my daughter a princess, right? Dear black men, dear black woman, and dear black people, all I ask is just know that I fucking love you. Thank you.
Woo! If you believe that I'm just here during the day to try and control the story, I promise you I will be here all day into the night. And if you want to see the night, you can go through my posts and watch them. Black Lives Matter!
Black Lives Matter!
Black Lives Matter!
Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Alright, well, while we got this circle going, we're going to go ahead and do open mic real quick. And so if there's anyone in the circle that would like to speak, say anything, come on. First off, I just want you guys to know I appreciate you. Let's continue to go. Like Nipsey said, the marathon continues. The marathon continues. Right? Yeah. If you have something on your heart and you're very passionate about this, please come out. That's why we're here.
Like preaching to the choir? No, it's not. It's anything but an echo chamber in here.
Real quick, everybody, we all enjoyed the Black Voices. We all enjoyed Ben & Jerry's just came in here, gave ice cream. First of all, let's realize it's not about Ben & Jerry's ice cream. It's great, it gives smiles to everybody, but listen to our brothers and sisters and trans people of color and black people, because that's what we are here for.
Okay.
Do not forget that when you are enjoying yourself. Remember that it is for a cause.
I'm having a hard time hearing anything that they're saying because it's just it's like bad acoustics. I don't think you guys are really able to hear too much of what they're saying unless he's facing me directly with the microphone, and they just keep turning in circles. So I'm not going to get that specific circle of speaking. But there are a lot of those that I've recorded over the last couple of days that you can watch. Oh man, I'm trying to gather my thoughts right now. But the important thing to take from that is that little circles like that happen all the time, where somebody's got a microphone, people form a circle, and then anybody that wants to talk can come up and speak their mind. Okay, that's very common here. Oh, I am having a really hard time keeping everything straight today. Sorry. Learn how to work a camera. I know. Hey, trust me. I know. I've got some work. I've got some plans in the work to like get a stabilizer or some kind of stabilization for my camera. There's a guy that wants to meet up with me today and give me a light for night shots because he noticed, by the way, me shooting at night, I do it often, that during the night I'm having a hard time with light. So he's getting me a light. He's getting me a stabilization. I'm going to go walk down this way because I haven't been there in a while. And I want to see what's going on.
I forgot to look at what road.
Excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me. I'm going to take you guys through the donation tent here. But I'm going to keep everyone's face out of it.
Would it be useful in having fresh greens like that?
So you see we've got sanitizer. We've got... This is donation drop off. So we're dropping off donations and they're just going, you see, it never stops, dude. It never stops. No one is... Sorry. No one is short. There's no shortage of anything here, and it's just all for anybody that needs anything. With toothbrushes, this is amazing. Wow, this has really gone like exponentially out of control. We're not the laughingstock of the U.S. I can tell you that because I get a lot of people. Actually, people. You know what? You know what I want. You know what I want you to think about? Don't think about, look at all this. Wow, Jesus, so much, still so much. There's an overabundance of kindness. This is all, every orange you see, every apple, everything, this is all kindness. Right, I don't, you know what? People will say like, oh, the whole country is against you. That's probably what you've been told by the media, which if you're looking and paying attention, you can see is not true. And then also, I have a lot of friends. I have a lot of friends from outside the country. I have a lot of friends that live and were born and raised are like in other countries like Australia and England and New Zealand. You know what they say about this? Because they're not subjected to our little echo chamber of media. Okay, they're not subjected to that. They have their own stories. And you know what they say when they see this? They think it's amazing. All right, let's see. Going for such. The Android oh shit, thank you for telling me. Oh my god, Emma, thanks. I forgot that my notifications were on, I'm sorry. Damn, you're right, that probably was really annoying. Sorry. Alright. Can't believe people are bringing them supplies. You know some of the people that are bringing them supplies are the people that live in the neighborhood, right? This girl, okay, so Sharon Beasley says, to all people who think this is okay, how will you feel when they come to your neighborhood and ruin your community, your freedom? I can't believe people are bringing them supplies. You have to remember, like, a lot of these supplies are coming from people that live in this neighborhood, and also this all wouldn't be possible if the neighborhood was against us. Like, literally, if the neighborhood was against us, everyone here would, well, whoever's organizing it would find a different spot, or we'd figure something out. The neighbors have been talked to. There's been many times that I've seen open mics, like town hall meetings, get cut short because people say, okay, well, we're running a little long and we want to be respectful of the neighbors. We've come up with like a kind of like a sound curfew type thing, so that they have time to work during the day and sleep during the night. So that. And I'm not speaking for all the people. Maybe there are some people here that aren't that thrilled with it, but overwhelmingly, the neighborhood is for it. And oh yeah, you know what? Here's a good point. What was your name? Sharon? Sharon, if you're still here, I don't know. And I hope you're actually listening and with an open mind, because I want you to remember that a lot of these people, and I know some of them, so they've told me this. A lot of these people that are living here, they're happy because for the last week their whole apartment was getting bombarded by tear gas, and these are people that are looking out of their windows watching everything happen. So it's not like they're just like, they don't know, they're not aware of what's happening. These people are glad that they don't have to deal with tear gas in their apartments anymore. My friend Matt lives right around the corner here. He was like, I'm so glad that the police are gone, because now I don't have to worry about waking up in the middle of the night with my eyes burning, and feeling like I can't breathe. Okay? So if you want to know the public opinion of people that live around here, right here, they're happy that the cops are gone. And if it's a little loud, or if it's a little like chaotic on the street, that's much preferable to having them subjected to tear gas against their will. When they're not even part of the protest. They're not even part of the protest. They're in their homes. Imagine if you were in your home and all of a sudden you just get tear gassed through your windows. Think about it. Always playing the victim. Don't you understand that that's what this is about? You can't take a movement that's about the fact that a race of people is being victimized and then say, oh, they're just playing the victim. Like, yeah. Because it's a problem. It's like if some random person came up to you and just punched you. No, actually, it's like if some person of authority, came up to you and just punched you in the face, and I was like, well, stop complaining. You're playing the victim, man. Well, yeah.
Check.
Never had a party anything like this. So we're not going on the mission. We said keep showing up. Ready?
And when it comes to after you're successful here, you create success elsewhere, you create success in my county, you create success in Lincoln, a session, and I go out in front of those prisons and I'm going to beg and free our people. And speaking of freeing our people, there is a superwoman, black superwoman right now that is trying to free the protesters right now. She's representing the protesters. Created a website, and the GoFundMe, she's a civil rights attorney, and she's right over there. She created dismantle.us. Dismantle.us. Go there and donate to that site to help. We can get more lawyers on these cases. you always have rights, make sure you learn them. Because the more you stand up, the more you rise, the more you're going to stand up and fight yourself. So this is nothing about us, U.S., yes, what we have to feel we believe this kind of us. This kind of about us to help free our protesters because they're not getting their due rights. They were held over the weekend. There are people that were arrested over a week ago, and now you have a trial here, a bail here. So rights are being violated. So thank you again. Please have some fun. But like I said, it's not a party. Like they said before, it's not a party. Keep your head on the swivel, we should say in football. Be ready, be vigilant, be ready to mobilize at any second. And get on the face.
There are squad cars visible in front of him and also squad cars behind him. The shooter's squad car is visible as it drives past Laquan. Two officers then exit that vehicle with their guns drawn. At that point, Laquan begins to look away from the officers at a southwest angle toward the sidewalk. When Laquan is about 12 to 15 feet away from the officers, the width of an entire lane of the southbound traffic, one officer begins shooting. Laquan immediately spins to the ground, and the video clearly shows that the officer continues to shoot Laquan multiple times as he lays in the street. 16 seconds pass from the time Laquan hits the ground until the last visible puff of smoke rises from his torso area. An officer then approaches Laquan, stands over him, and appears to shout out of his hair.
I don't know, but it's a cool word. Mobilize. Mobilize your body off of my block. Just one thought.
Reminds me that every reaction just keeps holding me back to the front of the line where I preach. The breathing is so fundamental. You keep it so they said loud on the but it's often quite hard to hear into the town. The life at Mount Bridge is balanced by Buddy, and he wants the town like filled with little blackness, gunpowder, a fine silty substance of dread. I once read of a dream that a reverend had, boy, he was shot in the head. The book's had pages written out in the back. I'm afraid your face but it's quite hard.
informative. We feel glad to be here in the neighborhood. And
Going out on your own laurels, but if you want to be my guest, it's not much fun to stand alone, but less to be abreast. And if you find that bite too bitter for you to digest, enjoy your front seat on our best and keep on turning west. I'll be the London train starting with the rest of the mountains, waters, mothers, daughters, you have to bring something to share. You make sure that you're, you're well fed, educated before you come. You know whose potato salad to avoid. Saw that girl when we're not sure what happened to eat. Avoid her potato salad. And you stay focused, ready to contribute to the right fundamental vibe. I'm not much of a public speaker. But my name is Shane Shepherd. Thank you, really honored to be here. I just wrote this song last week, I guess the night that my very good friend, my best friend Dora, came knocking at my apartment door with eyes blood red, gasping for air. Sorry to rush something. Sorry. This is for that girl. After she'd been tear gassed as a peaceful protester. And then I did a live stream show, where we cried and we produced and, now we stand. And this song is about standing. It's not done yet, guys. This one's for all those rabble rousers. The sheen can look suspicious with this switchblade comb. He keeps keeping on about his childhood home, but all that I am hearing is just humming drone. Picking in my heart. They say I look suspicious with my fro pushed back. Then I can see you coming with your baseball bat. We're on the loose, and I'm the goose. Heading swing and I can't breathe. I can set the fire, let it burn and lay it blaze. I can set the fire, let it burn for 40 days, and for 40 days we'll have a lake. Mr. Officer, Mr. Officer, you're killing us. Mr. Officer, what if that was my brother? What if that was my dad? What if that was my uncle? What if we were all not dead? Mr. Officer, Mr. Officer, you're killing us. Mr. Officer, what if that was my brother? What if that was my dad? What if that was my uncle? What if that was my
Heroes though, you know, protecting us earth. Y'all taking us off of the earth. I see the police and they fuck with my nerves. They pulling me over, I'm showing them both of my hands and watching my words. I got insurance, nowhere else going to gun like you want to blow it. Tell me what we just got. You want to blow it, you want to do it, some shit ain't trying. Or the cops, they can't wait, you still talking. Why we rock? Don't need this neck, you ain't gotta do all that. Let's get back. RP.
Mr. Officer,
I just want to start off by saying make some noise for yourselves for being here. So I just wanted to share a quick story real quick because I'm going to ask y'all to do something irregular. The emphasis of this is it's not a picnic, it's not a party, and this story relates to that. So I was standing over here listening to speeches the other day, and this lady was sitting down and she was telling her story, and it was intense. And people kept feeling like they needed to clap because that's what everybody does when it's something they agree with, they want to clap. But she told people and taught me something that I didn't even know worked like that. Said, just sit with the tension. Don't clap, don't react, just sit with the tension. So just sit with the emotion and the feeling. So I want to ask that of y'all, because I'm not up here for any type of praise. We're all here for the movement, and that's what we should be here for. So yeah, I don't want y'all to clap after my songs. Just sit with the emotion, and hopefully my only goal is to help shift the culture with the people that have been doing that. So get it started.
Who said that? If anyone knows. That was good.
Look, this time is an anomaly. Struggling, facing poverty. This young nigga stays on his hustle. That's how it's gotta be. I hear the hype they talking about. Fuck is they even talking about? They ain't talking about God. If I hear the word coronavirus one more time, I'ma scream. They'll say anything on these screens if it's profiting. The government ain't helping. They struck selfishness. They help the rich and robbing the hood. Fuck this economy. Rain, 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 go away. If you wash the pain away, then you can stay. Rain, 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 go away. Go away. Stay, help the pain. Look, cause it's a lot that I'm facing. Do not get it mistaken, it's a lot that I'm grateful for. Yeah, I'm sick and tired, but I'm patient. I know we gon' make it. When we do, I'ma check. I'ma do right. When doing right is too out of sight. I want a new life. To hold on to it comes with a price. Going through labor like Lady Lane and labia hurting. Just wanna go through life feeling like it's all for a purpose. I know it's a reason. I spend every season in the gym working. I earned a spot. I deserved it. They think they know me cause they see me on the surface. But I don't show it's real, I just serve it. Rain, 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 go away. If you wash the pain away, then you can stay. Rain, 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 go away. Go away if you stay, help the pain. Go away. If you wash the pain away, then you can stay. Rain, 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 go away. I'm tired of the guns and the violence. I'm tired of trying while my efforts are trying to be silenced. I'm tired of seeing people smile when nobody's smiling. I'm tired of misunderstandings that leave the bodies piling. Sometimes I'm so tired that I just want to close my eyelids and go to sleep and wake up somewhere on a lonely island. I'll fly away forever with God as my only pilot. Roses are red and blue, it's supposed to be violence. That means that colors are just colors till we go to find them. You want the answers? See for yourself, go and find them. I know I'm close to an answer, they come with perfect timing. I'm just impatient and tired of seeing time rewinding. The Black Panther is only black when he leaves Wakanda. What kind of place does this race for hate and now who's behind it? I see my face and see something great, then I get reminded that in a space full of different faces, my face is minded. But never mind, it ain't that serious, I don't even mind.
By definition, the people that founded this country and fought against England were Antifa.